Chapter 41. Passing into the Nyar region of Tsendor was like entering a completely different world. The stunted piñons and junipers that barely sucked a living out of Tsendor's dry earth gave way as the land rose, forming the bare series of hills that the Tsens simply called the Barrows. Beyond the Barrows, the land fell off steeply, dropping into the Nyar flatlands, a wide circular chunk of land that jutted into the ocean like a plateau. The area was so scattered with streams and lakes that it almost looked like a series of small islands. Here the mighty Nyar palms were the dominant plant. Like their smaller cousins, which could be found along southern Yolen, the Nyar palms had straight trunks topped with a platform of broad leaves. The Tsendor version grew so huge, however, that a single leaf from the top could grow to be twice the length of a man. The wood was too stringy to be used for lumber, but the artisans of Tsendor created frayed-looking sculptures from it. Palm sculpting was an art that completely baffled Batchor. He stood now looking at one such piece. It bore little resemblance to the mighty trunk from which it had come, though it was vaguely cylindrical. The bark had been stripped away and the soft pulp underneath shredded and pulled apart. The result looked something like a blooming flower, though its sides were twisted and hanging with hair-like strands of pulp. Batchor could understand painting, and he highly approved of metalworking and stone crafting, both arts the Kichan were known for. This, however, resembled nothing so much as a useless scrap. Batchor stood in a wide, open-ended hallway. Most buildings in Nyar had few doors. Though rain was frequent, Nyar was even hotter than Falamor, and breezes were welcome. The hallway had a curved ceiling, and the walls were lined with small alcoves, each one bearing one or more pieces of artwork. The hallway was packed with people, most of them staring into one alcove or another. In a way, the building confused Batchor even more than the sculptures it contained. The structure seemed to serve no purpose. It wasn't anyone's home, and it didn't sell anything. It was kind of like a storehouse for art, but anyone was allowed to come in and look at it, even peasants, and they didn't even have to pay. It was one of many buildings of its type scattered through Tsendor. The Tsend Emperor, erratic, called them museums. Batchor shook his head in wonder. More than anything else he had seen, the museum idea convinced him that this erratic was a little bit on the odd side. Batchor agreed with Topaz's thoughts that peasants should be treated much better than they were, but everyone knew that art was something that only the rich could appreciate. If one wasn't raised around such works of culture, then one didn't know what to make of them. Displaying artwork in such a public manner seemed pointless. Still, it made Batchor's job easier. Many of the museums were concentrated in the Nyar region, near the capital of Sipan, and Batchor had spent the last 6 months traveling through the region, visiting every museum that was reputed to contain a work of Dragonsteel. So far, he hadn't had much luck. No matter what erratic said about bringing art to the masses, Dragonsteel was too valuable to be shown indiscriminately. The few bits of Dragonsteel Batchor had found were far too small to contain any sort of writing. This museum was his last hope. If he didn't find anything here, then he would either have to travel all the way across to the eastern side of the continent and search the museums there, or find a new method altogether. This museum, called the Tsu Ka, was located just outside Sipan. It was said to be the largest museum in all of Tsendor, and it was certainly the most popular. 3 times a day the inner doors were opened and visitors were allowed to go in and look at the more valuable pieces in the collection, works crafted from gold, silver, and, hopefully, Dragonsteel. Batchor waited impatiently for the time to arrive. The museum bore several of those infernal clocks that were appearing all over Tsendor, and the guards were amazingly stubborn about not opening the doors early. It appeared that, in Tsendor at least, noon no longer referred to the period when the sun was high in the sky, but instead to a precise moment indicated by 2 little arrows pointing straight up. Batchor found the entire idea silly, but the Tsens held to it like a religion. Eventually, the all-powerful arrows proclaimed that it was time for the doors to open, and the guards lethargically undid the locks. The large wooden doors swung inward, allowing a flood of people to pour through. Batchor allowed himself to be carried along, grumbling softly to himself. He didn't like crowds. When too many people pushed against him, his first instinct was to start pounding on heads until a space cleared. He wouldn't do such a thing, of course, but some Kichan didn't have his restraint. Usually, people were careful to give any Kichan in their midst a wide berth. Unfortunately, the Nyor Tsens seemed to have forgotten this little custom. The inner chamber was a large, box-shaped room. The upper half of each wall was constructed of glass, and beyond were raised platforms holding various works of historical or artistic import. Batchor pushed through toward the back wall, ignoring such items as gold necklaces and earrings, trying to catch a glimpse of the thing he had come to see, Emperor Kavan's Dragonsteel shield. Unfortunately, the rest of the crowd had come for the same reason, and no matter how much Batchor shoved, he couldn't make his way forward. The Nyor Tsen's height also prevented him from looking over their heads. Batchor had only a few inches on most of them. He pushed, he elbowed, he even growled, but nothing worked. Finally, he was forced to just wait as the crowd, a mixture of noblemen and peasants, both trying to ignore the presence of the other class, slowly moved past the back window. An hour later, he finally reached the glass. Just then, however, the guards at the doors announced that the time was up and everyone had to leave. Batchor cursed, looking up at the clock on the wall. Sure enough, the stupid little arrows had moved an entire hour's time. The people obediently streamed out of the room. Batchor turned back to the glass, ignoring them all. If the guards wanted him out, they would have to throw him out. "Sir," one of the guards called, "the next visiting period is at 4. You can come back then." "I am not going until I have seen him," Batchor declared flatly, turning and folding his arms. The guards gave each other exasperated looks, and Batchor slipped his sandal free, preparing for the battle. The men, however, did not attack. "You have 5 minutes, sir," the guard said tolerantly. Batchor blinked in surprise. All right," he mumbled, turning back to the glass wall, then frowned. The supposed Dragonsteel shield bore the unmistakably amber metallic glint of bronze. Batchor snorted. "He isn't Dragonsteel at all," he declared. "The entire thing isn't made of Dragonsteel," the guard behind him said with a chuckle. "Lords, man, there probably isn't that much Dragonsteel in the entire country. Look at the center." Batchor squinted, blushing as he studied the circular shield's center. Sure enough, if he looked close enough, he could make out a few lines of silver at the middle. They were worked into the bronze, or rather the bronze had been forged around them. Batchor felt his heart thump in excitement. That probably meant that the piece of Dragonsteel had existed before the shield was constructed. As he looked, he saw more and more lines of silver. The thin piece of Dragonsteel was about the size of his palm, and looked something like a long wire that had been bent and looped to form a pattern. Or a name. Mouthing praise to the true god, Batchor reached into his pack and pulled free the sheet of paper Topaz had sent with him. He pressed it up against the glass and began to compare the alphabet with the Dragonsteel. "Sir," the guard began again. "You will please be quiet," Batchor snapped, "or I will be forced to kill you." The letters were flowery and interlaced, making them difficult to distinguish. However, after a few moments of pondering, Batchor was able to make out 4 letters. An E, a TH, an AI, and an N. Ethane. Batchor frowned, lowering his sheet of paper. Ethane was one of the names Frost had told them. It wasn't the name of the 5th god. Disappointed, he turned. Behind him he saw a line of a dozen dark-faced guards, their weapons, which appeared to be half-spear, half-axe, held at the ready. "Sir," the lead guard said, We are going to have to ask you to come with us." "I was just going," Batchor said, stepping forward. A dozen spears fell to point directly at his chest. Batchor raised his hands, backing up. Even a great descendant of the great Cherutar knew better than to fight a dozen armed men. He regarded the spears with a frown. "I didn't really mean I would kill him," Batchor explained. "I am Kichan. That is just what we say." "Sir, we have been ordered by the Emperor himself to bring you to the palace," the guard said. Only then did Batchor realize that these men wore the white and gold of Aranak's personal guard, not the tan and brown of the regular museum guards. "What?" Batchor asked with confusion. "You match the description of a man who assaulted Lord Kai in his home a few months back," the guard explained, nodding for several of his men to surround Batchor. "You are to appear before Emperor Aranak himself for judgment."
Chapter 42. The coals were kept so hot that even standing at the far side of the temple was uncomfortable. Blazing red and white, the coals quickly devoured the carcass of the small bird and the 2 apples. Humbly, Riala knelt and quoted the commoner's version of the supplication prayer, as recorded in the legends of the 9 lords. The words were familiar. Everyone, including slaves, was taught them from childhood. In her mind, however, Riala spoke the real words, not the vulgar verseless version, but the nobleman's version. Torel had been loath to give her a copy of the untranslated pure legends, but eventually he had capitulated. After all the other teaching he had done, this final step wasn't much worse. Riala was probably the only one in the temple, besides the priests themselves, who had actually read the legends. The temple to Merith, the Queen Warlord, was an open-sided, thin structure with tall columns. The top was a dome, and it was marked by the smoke of countless sacrifices. The center of the temple, taking up the majority of its space, held the round fire pit. The circular walkway around the pit held numerous places for peasants to kneel in prayer, and a couple of raised daises held the similar, if more plush, places for the nobility. Though the lower half of the temple was well populated with humble parishioners, the noblemen's section was all but empty. Most aristocrats only made an appearance at one of the temples during feasts or festivals, sending servants to order their sacrifices the rest of the time. "Please watch over him, Queen Merith," Riala pled, adding her own words to the end of the formal prayer. "He is only a boy, and a foolish one, but there are those of us who would like to see him return safely." She watched until the dove and apples had stopped smoking. She, of course, hadn't paid for the dove herself. Every year the king gave a stipend to each of the temples to pay for the sacrifices of those unable to do so on their own. The apples couldn't even be called hers. They were another gift from Master Torel. All she had were her feelings, and so she added those to her prayers, hoping they would be enough. "Stupid boy," Riala thought to herself. "You're probably dead already." Still, she hoped. Sometimes, in her dreams, she thought she could see him. An older, worn Jarek, his face hard, the naivete of his youth replaced with strength and understanding. There was something wrong with his nose. It bent down oddly near the middle. She could feel his hurt, so much pain and sorrow that she woke, frightened. The dreams must have been nightmares, for no human could possibly live with so much agony and remain sane. Still, she burned sacrifices for him. It was no accident that she offered the sacrifices to Merith, even though the goddess of war had one of the smallest and least attended temples in Lacton. If anyone knew how to take care of a lost warrior, it was the Queen Warlord. Rialla stood, making her way out of the temple. The cool spring breeze was welcome on her face. Outside, she met with one of the cowled priests and handed him a small scroll, an order to burn a sacrifice in Tyrell's name. The scholar had complained to no end about Jarrek's insolence, but as soon as he heard Rialla was coming to offer a sacrifice today, the grumpy scholar had penned the order for one of his own. It was a touching move. Tyrell barely had enough money to survive. If the king hadn't given him quarters in the palace, then he probably would have been forced to leave Melorand in shame and look for employment as a scribe. Spring had brought new energy to the streets of Lacton. The city finally seemed to have recovered from the prince's disappearance over a year ago, and the people were returning to the open, amiable ways that had always been a trait of the Meloran. The news that Martis and Corteth were moving up their wedding date had been well received. The country needed a celebration to revive its spirit. Now, with the wedding only days away, there was a feeling of excitement in Lacton that Rialla hadn't seen in ages. Unfortunately, the princess's marriage wasn't quite as exciting a prospect to Rialla. She wasn't certain why she hadn't realized it before, but the marriage would mean relocation to Strafen's Carden, both for Corteth and her servants, most especially her handmaid. Perhaps it was because of her increasing autonomy, but Rialla hadn't truly understood this fact until the packmen arrived a few days before to begin moving Corteth's belongings. And, no matter how independently minded she was, in the eyes of the rest of the city, Rialla was nothing more than another possession. Rialla tried to tell herself that she didn't care. The palace servants had never really accepted her anyway. What did a change of scenery matter? She would still be the same person. In fact, she should be glad for the move. It would place her closer to both her brother and the man she suspected was behind Johan's disappearance. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't help remembering the hollow eyes and nervous air of the servants in Strafen's Carden. Even thinking of them made her feel sick. What would it be like to live amongst them? Worse, what would it be like if she became one of them? She wanted to believe that such a thing wasn't possible, that she could never become so lifeless. She worried, however, what might happen to her if she were ever cornered by Carlord Strafen and was unable to hide quickly enough. It didn't help her mood any that her afternoon's destination was the very place she was trying to avoid. Unfortunately, she had little choice. The king had decided to pay the 50,000 gold ransom and had spent the last few weeks waiting for further word from the kidnappers. If Rialla didn't move quickly, she would lose her opportunity to link Martis to the crime. Seeing the seal on the ransom note and coupling it with Martis's attitude had been enough to convince Rialla that Strafen's son was the culprit. The bright violet wax was distinctive, and Rialla could remember seeing the same type of letter, if not the ransom note itself, held in Martis's hands. If she could find that signet wax, then perhaps she could use it to prove that Martis was behind the kidnapping. Unfortunately, her efforts so far had been futile. Using her ability to remain hidden, she had searched all through Strafen's house, looking through trunks, opening closets, and rifling through every stack of paper she could find. She was growing desperate. Topaz should be doing this, not me, she thought to herself as she approached Strafen's house. She willed herself to vanish, bending the light around her body, an action that was becoming increasingly simple the more she did it. She entered through the nobleman's entrance, walking right past the guards. He would have figured out how to expose Martis in a matter of days. I've been trying for months now, and still haven't really made any progress. I know Martis did it, but Topaz told me as much on the first day. Even assuming she found the wax, she still wasn't certain how she would convince the king that Martis was the kidnapper. Topaz could have just walked in and told the king, accusing an important member of the Court of High Treason, as nonchalantly as other men spoke of the weather. Such an option wasn't open to Riala. Slaves, no matter how much proof they had obtained, were not allowed to speak ill of a nobleman. She could no more accuse Martis of being a kidnapper than she could own possessions or leave the boundaries of the city without permission. Of course, such worries were pointless without the wax. First, she would find her evidence, and then she would decide how to implicate Martis. Perhaps Tyrell would be able to help her. Such an action would certainly improve his standing in the court. Not really certain where she was going, Riala drifted through the Cawdon, looking for inspiration. She had already searched everywhere she could think of. As she wandered, however, she heard voices, and curious, she moved toward them. They weren't the voices of servants, at least not servants in this house. They were too firm and lacked the necessary anxiety. "Frankly, it all sounds moot to me," one of the voices said. "He's already agreed to pay the ransom." "That he has," another voice, this one Riala recognized as Martis's, said. "But what I want to know is how he plans to gather that much money." Riala crept closer. The sounds were coming from Martis's study, and as she approached, she could see that the door was cracked slightly. "What do you mean?" the first voice asked. Peeking in, Riala saw Martis sitting before a group of 5 noblemen, immediately distinguishable as such by the antoles they wore. Martis had only recently begun wearing an antole himself, and it was amazing how old the stiff beard made him look. Riala had always thought antoles looked a little silly. Martis's stuck off his chin like a slice of bread on its end, wiggling as he spoke. But at the same time, she associated them with authority and power. She recognized most of the nobles in the room. The one who had spoken was Lord Guth, third in preeminence, following only the king and Strafen. He was a nondescript, balding man, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. His only distinguishing feature was his complete lack of eyebrows. "Ludor," Martis said, nodding to a second nobleman. "Tell them what you told me." Lord Ludor was a thin man, and one she hadn't often seen. He was said to run one of Melloran's best trading companies, and was usually traveling in some distant part of the world. "Melloran might be doing fine in your estimation, gentlemen," Ludor said in a smooth voice. "But you only deal with your farmers and the food they produce. The king's wealth comes from lumber and from the mines in the north. Those mines, however, mostly produce tin, once the most valuable metal on the continent, next, of course, to Dragonsteel. With the popularity of bronze waning in recent years, tin has become nearly as useless as Jargish farmland. In short," Martis concluded, "the king has lost half of his income. Rhodus is too weak-willed to raise taxes, and so he has made do with only the proceeds from his lumber, and lumber production has been down since the prince's disappearance. The city has been so troubled that the mills no longer operate efficiently. I doubt Rhodus has 10,000 gold in his coffers, let alone 50. The group of noblemen eyed one another with looks of surprise. "But," Martis continued, leaning back against his desk, powerful arms folded across his chest. "Let us assume that the king somehow raises the money. Perhaps he had found a way to get a loan from abroad, or perhaps he has some hidden stash that we don't know about. What then?" "Then the prince comes back," a man, Riala thought his name was Rullan, said. "Does he?" Martis mused. "Tell me, my lords, do you not find this entire situation suspicious?" "What are you implying, Martis?" Guth said bluntly. "The prince disappeared during the Shodel assassins' attack," Martis replied. "A distraction so perfect, one might think it had been orchestrated. Then we hear nothing for a year, as if the ransom note had to travel an incredible distance before arriving here. Really, men, who do you think these kidnappers are? Who else would have cause to steal a human child? Melorand is at war with no kingdom or sect, at least not one on this continent." "You think it was the Shodel?" Guth assumed. "I think it's possible," Martis said with a shrug. "And you all know what the demons do with human children." The men nodded to one another, not speaking out loud. They didn't need to. They all knew, as Riala knew, what Martis was implying. Everyone had heard many stories about the Shodel stealing babies and replacing them with changelings. Riala, of course, didn't give the idea credit. She didn't believe the stories. Besides, they all spoke of babies. Despite Martis's willingness to refer to Yoharn as a child, the prince was only a year younger than Martis. "My dear lords," Martis said quietly, "can we really allow someone to take the throne, when there's even a hint of a doubt that he might not be one of us?" It was a dirty ploy, but an effective one. Riala could see the seeds of doubt appear in the eyes of the other noblemen. Even if Yoharn did return, and even if somehow he managed to take the throne, these men would always wonder if they could trust him. "Someday, Martis," Riala decided, "you are going to catch yourself in your own sneakiness." But why wait for someday? Riala smiled as a plan formed in her mind. She would let Martis himself give her the evidence she needed. Scanning the room, Riala located a sheet of ordinary parchment sitting on Martis's desk. Then, careful to maintain her own invisibility, she switched views so that she could see the individual beams of light. Once again, the world exploded into a realm of color and luminescence. She took the image of the sheet of parchment, as outlined by the light, and then made an addition of her own, a bright violet seal, broken at the top and bottom. It was something she had never tried before. In the past, she had only duplicated images, but she had thought more and more about the potential for her ability. Technically, she should be able to create an image of anything she imagined. This was probably the wrong time to be testing her abilities, but now was when she had the opportunity and, more importantly, the determination. Taking the image in her mind, she waited for a point when Martis was looking toward the back of the room, over the heads of the men he was addressing. Then she flashed the image of the parchment in the air, just behind the heads of the noblemen, letting it hang there only a brief instant before making it vanish. Martis cut off in mid-sentence, his eyes growing wide with shock. "Lord Martis?" Guth asked uncertainly, turning to look for whatever it was Martis had seen. Martis shook his head, continuing his previous thought. As I was saying, Riala flashed the image again, making certain only Martis could see it. Martis nearly jumped to his feet in shock. Now the entire room was concerned, men searching around themselves in confusion. Martis shook his head again, looking down at the ground as he did so. Riala threw the image in front of him again, this time making it appear to rest on the floor. "My lords," Martis said in a strained tone, "I think perhaps we should continue this meeting another time. Suddenly I'm not feeling well." The men agreed quickly, having noticed the sudden change in Martis's temperament. Riala slipped into the room as Guth opened the door all the way, then she waited as they all left. As soon as he thought he was alone, Martis rushed over to the room's fire pit and pulled loose a stone on the side, one that Riala would never have thought to try removing. She approached eagerly, waiting for him to pull out the incriminating signet wax. Instead, Martis only pulled out a sheet of paper, a sheet with a broken violet seal. He sighed with relief when he saw it, shaking his head and mumbling something about the stress of the wedding. Riala approached with a frown, looking over the kneeling man's shoulder to read the words of the letter. "You are placed in a very envious position by the prince's disappearance," the note read. "If you wish things to remain as they are, you will pay us 60,000 gold. Do so, and the prince will never be seen again." Riala stepped back with dumbfoundment as Martis put the letter back in its hiding place and replaced the stone. She had been wrong. Topaz had been wrong. Martis wasn't the kidnapper. He was definitely involved, either through act or contemplation, but the letter seemed to imply he hadn't been the original instigator. In fact, Riala suspected that he hadn't even paid the demanded price. That would explain why the ransom note had taken so long to come to the king. The kidnappers had been waiting to see if Martis would pay them or not, and had probably sent the note to the king as a means of putting pressure on Martis. But if not Martis, then who? The wedding was as great a ceremony as would be expected for the daughter of a king. As if trying to forget the sorrows involving his other child, King Rhodus made a grand holiday of the event, proclaiming a day free from work for the entire kingdom. The ceremony itself was performed in the Temple of Slowness, the Mother, whose duties included the blessing of newlyweds and the gift of fertility. It was like most temples of its kind, or at least that was what Riala had been told. She had always been fascinated by the structure and its clandestine nature, supposedly a representation of the secrets of the wedding night and of childbirth. It was made completely of green Lalin marble, a rock so dark that it almost appeared black. There was only one entrance in the flat rectangular structure, and the windows were little more than slits. Riala herself stood at the back of the crowd that had gathered around the wide rectangular temple. She watched, or rather listened to, the proceedings with only passing interest. She was so far away that she could barely hear the callers, who stood on boxes throughout the crowd, repeating in loud voices the events that were happening in the temple. It was a minor source of discomfort to her that she had no part in the ceremony herself. As one final act of spite, Corteth hadn't allowed Riala to join the honor procession of servant women. Every other unmarried girl in the palace had been given a bright green dress and allowed to throw rose petals before the couple as they walked to the temple. Only Riala was excluded. It was a slight, but only Riala noticed it. To everyone else, it was expected that a slave would be excluded from such an activity. However, Riala gave the spiteful move only marginal thought. Her mind was occupied solely with a single problem, that of the prince. Topaz had been wrong. It wasn't Martis. That option removed, she was leaning toward her first suspects, the ones she had assumed were behind it from the beginning, the whore watchers. The problem was, she had no idea how to prove it. She knew her feelings were silly. She had no more basis for her suspicions than what she had read in the ballads. Still, she didn't have any other suspects, and she couldn't ignore the impressions her heart was giving her. She had thought of a little evidence, though it was weak. Tyrell had mentioned that the Whore Watchers were having financial troubles now that they had to compete with Trexandian scholars and Falin poets for noble patronage. She also had a feeling that the sneaky wizards would be apt to offer Yoharn to several different sides, trying to get as much from the prince as possible. Her most important basis was, however, a memory. The night, years ago, when she had found Jarek sitting vacant-eyed in the middle of the feast hall, Scathe had met with some shadowed figure. She had been tired at the time. It had, after all, been in the middle of the night. In addition, she had nearly frozen in the lake a few days later. What recollections of the event she did remember, she had long ago dismissed as irrelevant. Whore Watchers, after all, were supposed to do things that were mysterious and unexplained. She now realized, however, that she might have been witness to one of the early stages in the plot to steal the prince. Unfortunately, all she had for proof was her word. She couldn't even use Jarek as a witness, now that he was gone. She also didn't know who Scathe had met in the darkness. It wasn't much of a lead. Riala shook her head. She needed proof as much for herself as for evidence. She had been wrong once before, and she wasn't confident enough to trust her feelings. Essentially, she was back to where she started. She had a suspect, but little else. A roar came from around her, and Riala looked up. Streamers and shreds of colored cloth were being tossed into the air in all directions. The wedding had been performed. There was little time left. Martis might not have taken the prince, but he still could not be trusted. He was now only one step away from the throne. It would only be a matter of time before he decided to stop waiting for King Rhodus to vacate the position.
Chapter 43. All was still on the shattered plains at night. No cricket creaked. Even assuming such an insect had somehow managed to cross the numerous chasms, it wouldn't have been able to survive on the plateau's lifeless surfaces. Eons of soaking in dragonsteel had made the plateaus impervious to floral growths of any kind. The ground was so hard no root could pierce its surface, let alone glean nutrients from its core. Even molds and lichens shunned the plains. The infrequency of shadows and the omnipresent heat was just too uninviting. As a bridgeman, Jarek had rarely been given cause to come onto the plains after dark. It was eerie, watching the quiet plateaus in the darkness. It was so still, empty, save for the boulders. "Our only company, the rocks," Sean whispered beside Jarek, echoing the younger Tsai's thoughts. "They always remind me of home for some reason. There were rocks like these near my house in Sveltni." Jarek looked over at Sharn, barely making out the Tsen's form in the darkness. Then he turned back to look out at the plateaus. "I had always wondered what happened when Dragonsteel wells came to fruit at night," he mumbled. "Wonder no more, Tip," Sharn said, his Falin so flawless Jarek would have sworn he was speaking to a native. "The night belongs to the Tsai." Jarek nodded, though he doubted Sharn could see the movement. Each night 4 Tsai warriors, 2 sets of 2, were sent to the plains to watch for Dragonsteel. Back in Demetrius's camp, Jarek had assumed that either Dragonsteel didn't come at night, an illogical assumption, or that it simply couldn't be harvested. The only way to tell if a well was about to put out Dragonsteel was by the colors it turned, colors indistinguishable at night. No one had told him that wells released a brief flash of light when Dragonsteel appeared in them. Frost said the brief glow was caused by the Dragonsteel itself, a reaction to its new environment. Regardless, the burst of light, easily visible to enhanced psi senses, provided a way to locate Dragonsteel after sunset. Jarek scanned the plateaus, looking one direction, while Sharn looked the other. His mind was clear and focused with Gavel Dar, the art of meditating while actively moving. Jarek still had not mastered it, of course. Even Sharn claimed to need practice at Gavel Dar, but he was growing increasingly adept at the art. The Toot Sai sat atop a plateau that rose far above the others, providing a perfect place for watching. Jarek had assumed all of the plateaus were the same height. Those he had seen as a bridgeman in Demetrius's army had made it appear so. Apparently, CERN's section of the plains was more diverse. The vast majority of the plateaus were still at the same basic level, but a few of them jutted into the sky like pillars on an open plain, the tops of hills whose sides had all worn away. Rope ladders, hung through a massive effort by the Tsai, ran down the sides of these few unique plateaus, the only means by which the top could be reached. Jarek's eyes ran smoothly over the shattered plains, looking for a sign of light. It was vital they spot the glow of Dragonsteel as soon as it appeared, for they were not the only ones who watched the plains at night. Out there somewhere, their pale forms hidden by the darkness, were the Shodel. Battles at night, if they could be called such, were very different from those during the day. In the day, Dragonsteel wells grew dark hours before they actually put forth any fruit. A division of warriors had enough forewarning to march to a well and secure it, waiting until the Dragonsteel finally appeared. Such a method created skirmishes and strategic battles, forcing a group of soldiers to either hold their ground until the prize arrived or try to take the same ground from their opponents. The Dragonsteel glow, however, appeared just as the liquid metal touched the air. As soon as a Tsai saw light, he could be assured that Dragonsteel waited for him. There was no need to hold ground or fight through a line of defense. All that success required at night was speed. The first ones to reach the well were the ones who got the prize. Usually the Shodel weren't even involved. If a well too close to the human side bore fruit, they wouldn't even try for it, just as Jarek and Sharn would ignore any lights too far off in the distance. The wells in the middle, however, required constant surveillance. "I wonder if Demetrius realizes how much Dragonsteel he's missing at night," Jarek mumbled. "Probably not," Sharn replied quietly. "And even if he did, there would be no way for him to do anything about it. I don't care how many men he's willing to slaughter. There's no way Demetrius would be able to reach wells before the Shodel. His men would have to move much too slowly in the darkness." Jarek nodded, falling silent. Since his arrival in CERN's company, he had come to understand a lot more of the politics that went on in the Eternal War. General CERN was quite open about such things. He condemned them all liberally. Such condemnations, however, didn't stop him from consistently earning the coveted spot as most successful general. In fact, he earned it by a wide margin. CERN brought in nearly twice as much Dragonsteel as Demetrius, his closest competitor. Part of it was due to his organization, part of it was due to his ability to lead, and part of it was through clever tricks, such as sending his Tsai to collect Dragonsteel at night. Jarek turned his mind back to the Dragonsteel search. The plateau was still dark and silent, though for some reason a faint buzzing had begun to sound in the back of Jarek's ears. It happened sometimes when he was on the plains. Jarek assumed it was some sort of feedback from the hundreds of Dragonsteel wells. The others couldn't hear the buzzing. The noise, which was really more of a feeling than a sound, was very similar to what he felt when he was too close to a Shodel Tamu Kek. "There!" Sharn said suddenly. Jarek spun, searching through the darkness. Sure enough, he could make out the telltale glow of newly arrived Dragonsteel. "It's closer to their side," Jarek noted, judging the distance. Sharn paused. "True, but not so close that we don't have a chance. Come on." The decision made, the two Tsai leapt to their feet and began the race. It had taken several months before CERN's promise to let Jarek go on Dragonsteel runs was fulfilled. No matter how quickly Jarek learned, it would have been impossible for him to follow another Tsai across the plains without the proper skills. From that day, however, Jarek had been taught the Gavel-Dar, the art of extending one's meditation from quiet contemplation to focused movement. Once he had mastered simple acts such as walking, Sharn had begun training him to fight while in the Gavel-Dar. At first, he had done worse than before. Jarek had been forced to expend so much effort keeping his mind clear and focused that he hadn't been able to watch his fighting. After 2 weeks of fruitless training, however, something had changed. It had occurred almost instantaneously, like his body and mind had finally discovered how to reconcile meditation with reflex. After that, he had been able to give even Sharn a decent challenge. The older man still won 4 bouts out of 5, but at least now he didn't hold himself back. Such remembrances were far removed from Jarek's mind as he loped across the dark shattered plains behind his mentor. As he moved, his consciousness was focused simply on the task at hand, his emotions and memories held in firm check. The two men moved as quickly as possible, considering the dark night. One false step would send them plummeting into a chasm. The cloudy sky and thin crescent moon made it almost impossible to see where one plateau stopped and another began. Sharn slowed in front of him. The older Tsai had been running the plains for long enough that he had developed a feel for the sizes of the different plateaus. He could sense generally when a chasm was approaching. "Here we are, Tep," Sharn said, stopping at the edge of the plateau. "Be careful. It's darker out here than usual tonight." Jarek peered forward, trying to separate the darkness of the chasm from the darkness of the plateau. Eventually he managed to distinguish a vaster, enveloping darkness a few feet ahead of them. "Got it?" Sharn asked. "Yes." "I'll go first." Sharn backed up. Then, with a light step, he dashed forward. Just before he reached the chasm, the Tsai sprang. In execution, nothing appeared extraordinary about the jump. Yet it carried Sharn's dark form higher than it should have, projecting him across the 20-foot chasm. A muted thump came from the other side, and Jarek knew that Sharn had landed perfectly, like always. Then it was Jarek's turn. He backed up as he had been shown, then let his feet carry him forward in a quick run. He focused his mind on nothing but the jump, seeing the chasm before him, feeling his legs pump, gathering his Tsai. When the jump came, he pushed off with his mind as well as his feet. He hung freely in the air for a moment, as if he weren't really jumping, but hovering in a dark room with wind blowing at him. Then his feet touched the ground, and he pushed against it with his mind as he landed. That was one of the first lessons he had been taught. Unless he prepared his mind for the landing, he risked damage to his legs. "Good," Sharn said simply, turning to dash off again. Jarek followed. He suspected that Sharn intentionally took his time on these runs. Jarek had only been accompanying him for a few weeks now, and was still considered little more than a toddler when compared to the rest of the Tsai. Even when the moon was full, Sharn stopped beside chasms, having them take the jumps one at a time. Had he not been calmly within the Gavel-Dar, Jarek probably would have chafed at the restraints. The jump training had begun with 2 lines drawn in the dirt, a simulated chasm. From that, they had moved on to an actual chasm, one near the camp and strung with netting. When Jarek had been able to leap that 100 times in a row without error, he had been allowed to move on to real chasms. Now the process had become almost rote to Jarek. As they chased the Dragonsteel light, its location held only in memory, for the glow wasn't visible now that they had descended to the basic level of the plateaus. They crossed a dozen different chasms. At each one, Sharn paused, gauging the distance and waiting for Jarek to do the same. Eventually, Sharn stopped, this time looking around with wide, scanning looks. "We are close," he said. "What plateau were we heading for?" Jarek asked. "I thought it looked like it was somewhere in the early 70s, Sharn said. "Where are we now?" Jarek asked. 73. Part of the Tsai training included memorizing a map of CERN's section of the plains. The general had numbered each plateau and noted how often each one put out Dragonsteel. So far, he hadn't been able to find any patterns, but his method of mapping was useful for direction finding. "There," Sean said. Jarek squinted in the darkness, trying to distinguish which direction Sean was pointing toward. Finally, he noticed a plateau a short distance away. There was a muted, almost indistinguishable glow coming from its center. Without a sound, Sean moved to jump onto the next plateau. From this point on, they wouldn't speak, just in case there were Shodel nearby. They approached the plateau cautiously. The glow meant that the Dragonsteel was still there, but Shodel could arrive at any time. Jarek frowned as they made the final jump. Something felt wrong to him. They had taken far too long getting to the plateau. Perhaps 2 full Tsai could have made it in enough time to beat the Shodel, but Jarek never should have been able to. Not this close to the Shodel side of the plains. Sean sensed it too. He paused after jumping, not moving forward even after Jarek had joined him on the plateau. He stood in a half-crouch beside Jarek, like an animal sniffing the wind for danger. The Shodel attacked a second later. Sean cursed, his Tsai-enhanced reflexes whipping forth his blade even as he heard footsteps approaching. Jarek spun as if to jump back across the chasm behind him, but he heard footsteps from that direction as well. His heart began to thud quickly. It was his first confrontation with the Shodel in the 6 months since he had moved to CERN's camp. Every night before this one had passed without incident. Jarek pulled free his weapon, calming himself and forcing his mind into the Gavel Dar. He backed up slowly, moving until he could feel Sean close behind him. Jarek's heartbeat slowed as he reasserted control, his body becoming perfectly relaxed for the conflict ahead. The Shodel surrounded them. There had to have been at least a half-dozen of them, 3 in front and 3 behind. He could hear their footsteps on the hard stone, see their forms moving in the poor light. Sean breathed carefully behind him. Then he attacked. Jarek did likewise, throwing himself at his 3 shadowed opponents. There was something wrong. He should have been able to see their pale white faces in the darkness. The forms moved out of his way as he attacked, and he brought his weapon up in what he hoped would be an effective parry. Something hard and metallic cracked against his blade, and Jarek spun, ducking as he moved. 2 more weapons whooshed in the air above him. Jarek backed away calmly. He could hear fighting from his left, metal on metal and grunts of pain, but there was no way for him to know how Sean was doing. He only knew that his own opponents were near because of their muffled footsteps. He raised his weapon again, blocking as best he could in the dim light. Then, fortunately, a break came in the clouds, and the thin moon appeared. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Jarek to make out the enemies before him, their bodies draped in dark clothing, their faces voids of blackness. With the cold of the Gavel Dar surrounding him, Jarek leapt forward. 2 of the Shodel dodged to the sides, but one decided to attack. Jarek's foot took him in the face even as he was raising his blade. In one fluid motion, Jarek continued the spin from his kick, bringing up his blade and decapitating the Shodel. He continued spinning as the body thudded to the ground behind him, blocking attacks from the 2 remaining opponents. He advanced even as they attacked him, trying to get past his defense. When an opening apparently came, they took it, swiping at his chest. By the time their swords arrived, however, Jarek was gone, jumping into the air. He twisted as he arced over the Shodel, dropping one with an elbow to the head as he landed and whipping his sword at the other. The Shodel blocked Jarek's strike and returned with one of his own. Shodel were mighty warriors. As a bridgeman, Jarek had often seen them stand against 2 or even 3 human opponents, but they were no match for a Tsai. To Jarek, the Shodel's movements seemed unnaturally lethargic and dull, as if the creature were trying to fight while submerged in water. However, he knew that the truth was opposite, that the Shodel moved as quickly or even faster than a normal human. It was Jarek's own motions within the perfect clarity of meditation, that were enhanced. Jarek felled the Shodel easily with a quick strike to the breast, dropping the creature with an efficiency that would have horrified him a few years earlier. However, the beast had one final trick with which to end its life. Even as Jarek's sword arced at its unprotected chest, the Shodel lowered its weapon. Jarek didn't notice what the creature was doing until it was too late. Realizing its own life was forfeit, the Shodel had decided to take one final blow at its opponent. Its kick dropped Jarek to the firm plateau floor even as a froth of white blood spurted from its chest. The Shodel collapsed beside him, spasming briefly. Jarek rolled onto his back, sitting as he reached over to pick up his fallen sword. As he moved, his eyes fell on a dark-faced form behind him, its blade raised high. The opponent he had felled earlier had decided not to remain unconscious. Jarek reached soundlessly for his weapon, trying desperately to bring it up in time. However, the Shodel's own blade had been descending even as he turned. Even movements through water could be deadly. To a regular warrior, it would have all been over before the mind had time to realize its own death. To Jarek, his senses alert and crisp, the moment dragged on forever. The world seemed to freeze just before the weapon pierced his chest. Then he realized the world had frozen, both he and the Shodel rendered motionless. A streak of light, like a tiny bolt of perfectly straight lightning, snapped across the Shodel's body, the light trail of Sharn's sword. The Tsai blow, moving so quickly even Jarek couldn't follow it, had sliced completely through the Shodel's body. A splinter of a second later, Jarek heard the cracking sound that always accompanied a Tsai blow. There were two thumps as the Shodel's arms separated at the elbows, dropped to the ground, followed by its torso and finally the legs. Sharn rose, sliding his sword into its sheath. There was no need to wipe the blade, for a Tsai blow passed through a body without wetting itself with blood. Jarek, however, was another story. His tan Tsai uniform was covered with Shodel blood. He accepted Sharn's hand and pulled himself to his feet. "My thanks," he said with a nod, looking down at the dead Shodel. Sharn smiled lightly. "The general would never forgive me if I killed off his favorite student." Then the older man knelt, touching the Shodel's black face. His fingers came up with their tips darkened. "They're wearing some sort of paint," Sharn noted. "It's about time they thought of that," Jarek replied. "Their faces usually glow like firebugs in the moonlight." "They wanted to ambush us," Sharn guessed, rising from the body. "Just like they tried to surround General Tsern 6 months ago," Jarek agreed. "They're trying to kill off the Tsai." Sharn nodded, walking toward the center of the plateau. Jarek followed. "It makes sense," Sharn said a moment later. "The Tsai are relatively new to the Eternal War, started by the General about 4 years back. The Shodel must realize how dangerous we are. If the other camps were to start training Tsai of their own, it could be disastrous for the Shodel side of the battle." "The other camps wouldn't even need to train full Tsai," Jarek said as they reached the well. "They would just need to train their men to see through the Shodel illusions. That alone could be enough to turn the odds permanently in our favor." Sharn nodded to himself, looking down at their prize. There wasn't much of it, a single drop no bigger than a sweet berry, but it was over drops such as these that hundreds of men died. The Dragonsteel glowed brightly in the darkness, illuminating the basin-like well. The glow was more muted than the flash it had given off when it first emerged, but it was still relatively bright compared to the dark night. There were no holes or pores in the stone of the well. The Dragonsteel just seeped through the bottom, appearing from whatever source it had beneath the earth. It was silvery white, and it had beaded into a small sphere like mercury. Sharn pulled out a small iron vial and an instrument that looked something like a tiny shovel. Then he reached down, pushing the drop into the vial. The Dragonsteel ran like a liquid, but it had incredible cohesion, sticking together in a single mass as Sharn shoved it into the vial. Jarek watched, feeling the power of the Dragonsteel. The feeling was even stronger within the Gavel Dar, as if his microkinetic senses were enhanced with his regular ones. The Dragonsteel almost seemed to sing to him, giving off the buzzing sound that he could hear only in the back of his head. Along with it came the feeling of coldness at the front of Jarek's mind. As Sharn replaced the cap of the vial, the world grew dark again. Jarek blinked, letting his eyes adjust to the night. The clouds were back, cutting off the moon, and the plains had been returned to blackness. He could still feel the Dragonsteel buzzing in Sharn's hand. Then, suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Jarek blinked, shifting his vision. The world exploded with light, everything around him shifting to the colors and vibration of Axii. Yet just as it wasn't quite right to ascribe colors to the Axii, it was equally inappropriate to call what he saw light. Because he didn't use his eyes to see the Axic world, sensing them didn't depend on lightness or darkness. "I am a complete idiot," Jarek thought with amazement. "Why didn't I think of this earlier?" "Jarek?" Sean asked uncertainly. "Are you all right?" "Perfect," Jarek said, the edges of his lips lifting in a smile as he looked around the plains. The world was no longer shadows of black and gray. He could make out chasms and plateaus with ease. "Come on," he said, dashing away from the well. He didn't even break stride as he jumped across the chasm. Frost rolled the small stone between two of his fingers, his eyes focused on the deckboard. Though Frost had done well at the beginning of the game, Cern was slowly chopping away at his territory. It wouldn't be long before the general took the lead. Frost didn't really mind losing again. It had been decades since he had been able to take so much enjoyment from deck. Worthy competitors were difficult to find. Eventually, Frost placed his stone, a defender. Ever since Cern had started catching up, Frost had been trying desperately to retain hold of his territory. Cern rubbed his clean-shaven chin for a moment, studying the board. Eventually, he chose a red stone, an attacker, and placed it on the board. The move put two of Frost's stones in jeopardy. Any stone touched by two attackers was considered dead. Cern removed the two stones and placed them in his pile of winnings. "Have things grown any better since we last spoke, my lord?" Frost asked, placing his piece, another defender. Cern didn't take his eyes off the board as he responded. "No," was the simple reply. Frost waited quietly as Cern placed a piece and captured another one of Frost's. Eventually, the general continued. "It is looking bad for the entire war, Frost. Dragonsteel winnings have dropped off at an alarming rate, and we are losing more men than we can raise." Frost placed another defender. "If only I knew where they were getting so many men," Cern said with a shake of his head. "The Shodel," Frost clarified. Cern nodded, his stone face expressionless. "Somehow they've managed to triple the number of warriors they send on each run. It started with those lords' cursed jumping beasts, then moved on to regular soldiers as well. At first I thought it was just my camp, that for some reason the demons had drawn reinforcements from other sections of the plains to focus on me. That notion proved arrogant, however. The other camps have experienced a similar increase. Apparently, the Shodel have committed themselves to taking the plains once and for all. The only thing I can't figure out is why now. If they had so many men in reserve before, why wait hundreds of years to bring them to the front lines?" Cern placed a piece, an attacker, though it didn't manage to capture any of Frost's stones. Perhaps the game was looking up. "We're losing the war, Frost," Cern confided quietly, his sharp accent making the whisper sound odd. "For the first time since it began centuries ago, it appears as if the eternal war might find an end. Then the demons will have free access to the continent." Cern fell silent then, and the deck game progressed. Eventually, Cern took control of the entire southern half of the board, a bad sign for Frost. Still, he could perhaps hold out until the end of the game and win by a few pieces. As the end neared, however, Cern chose to speak again. "The boy is progressing at an impressive rate," he noted in a contemplative voice. Frost paused, then placed a defender. "Jarek always has been a quick learner, my lord." "I've seen quick learners before, Frost," Cern said in an even tone. "Jarek is in a completely different category. He is mastering the Psi skills with incredible aptitude. One would almost think his progression unnatural." "Unnatural?" Frost asked slowly as Cern placed another piece, an archer. Frost regarded the piece, trying to determine if there was any significance to the move. Traditionally, deck was much more than a simple game. Merchants and political emissaries often masked their negotiations with a game of deck, the pieces used representing certain nuances of conversation. The archer was a neutral piece. CERN wasn't making an accusation, just posing a question.
"Part of it is undoubtedly due to his experiences," CERN said speculatively. "The other Tsai are mostly noblemen. Jarek, however, lived for a year as a bridgeman. His will is already hard, and he is accustomed to controlling pain. From what you've told me, he was also a good student, so he is accustomed to learning difficult concepts. Still, it seems there is more to young Jarek than rationalization can explain. Sean says that recently the boy has begun moving so dexterously on the night runs that other Tsai have trouble keeping up with him. Ever since that run 2 weeks ago, when the Shodel ambushed them, Jarek has suddenly become as adept as any other Tsai. He leaps chasms instinctively, even on the darkest nights, and 3 times now he has been able to sense a Shodel ambush before arriving on the plateau. Once he even managed to sneak up on the ambushers and surprise them from behind."
"Sneak up?" Frost asked with surprise. "On Shodel?"
Shodel were said to have better hearing and sight than humans. The assumption wasn't true, but it might as well have been. Shodel had more powerful and better-trained cognitive natures. Many of them were able to sense the presence of humans nearby. Slowly, Frost reached out and placed a gray stone, a reserve unit. Reserves were uncertain pieces, and changed to match whatever pieces were closest to them. "I don't understand either," the move said.
"Sean says that sometimes he feels like he is the trainee and Jarek the master," CERN continued.
He placed a reserve stone as well. He wasn't certain. However, he had put his stone next to 3 attackers, which made the reserve change to an attacker as well. The message was clear. He was worried. Jarek's unnatural skill made the general suspicious. Frost didn't blame him. CERN was a good man, but he was also a dedicated officer. No matter how amiable or honest Jarek appeared, CERN would not allow his personal feelings to cloud his judgment. If the general thought Jarek to be a Shodel agent, he would move without hesitation. Frost placed his piece, an attacker. The move was a daring one. It took one of CERN's pieces, but it left Frost's line of attackers undefended. If CERN took one, he would be able to take the others. "I trust Jarek completely," the move said. "I will vouch for him." CERN paused, picking up a stone and holding it for a moment. Red, an attacker. He could place it and easily take both the attacker Frost had just put down as well as the stone beside it. Then slowly, CERN set the attacker aside.
"I don't think this game needs go any further tonight, Scribe Frost," CERN said.
"I agree, my lord,"
Frost said with a nod. As they moved, cleaning away the pieces, a knock came at CERN's door.
"Come in,"
the general ordered as he separated the different colors from one another.
"My lord,"
Jarek's familiar voice said as the boy entered the room, saluting crisply.
"Jarek?"
CERN said with well-covered surprise.
"Back so early?"
"I'm sorry, my lord," Jarek explained, "but we had to come back. We ran out of room to carry Dragonsteel."
"Ran out of room?"
CERN said, this time with surprise that was less well-covered. Jarek smiled, setting a small metal vial on the table. The boy had gotten much better at covering his emotions since he had become a Tsai, but Frost could still detect a hint of excitement in his face. Slowly, CERN reached out to check the contents of the vial. Apparently, it was full, for he looked up at Jarek with raised eyebrows.
"Jarek, this is amazing. Some generals don't raise this much Dragonsteel in a month's worth of fighting."
The boy beamed at the compliment. He couldn't sense the hesitation in CERN's voice.
"I assume you avoided the Shodel?"
"Yes, sir. We didn't see a single one. We beat them to the wells."
"Delenius would be proud," CERN mumbled. "Well, Jarek, you should get some rest. You have done more than enough tonight."
Jarek blinked in surprise.
"But, sir,
"I mean it, Jarek," Cern said. "Even a Tsai's body can only last so long without sleep, and you have been going on night runs far too often lately. Bad habits breed bad soldiers. I've been intending to take you off night runs for several days now."
"Take me off?" Jarek began. Then, understanding, he smiled with enthusiasm. "You are moving me to day runs?" The move would mark Jarek's ascent to full Tsai status.
"I don't see why not," Cern said. "From all accounts, you move and fight as well as any Tsai. Better, even. That skill could do a lot for protecting our men on the battlefields. Now, go to sleep, soldier."
"Wait a moment, Jarek,"
Frost said, hurrying to put away the other deck pieces.
"I will walk with you."
Cern moved, dexterously helping Frost clean up the last few stones.
"I will remember this game, Frost," the general said.
"It was an interesting one, my lord."
"You play very well. Better than any man I've seen, save perhaps for Delenios. I would introduce you, but the cursed man comes and goes so randomly that you can never tell when he will be here."
"Sir," Jarek asked, curiosity in his voice, "who exactly is this Delenios?"
"One of my advisors," Cern explained, placing the lids on the deck boxes. "Though honestly, I don't know why I suffer him. He is always trying to convince me to pull my men out of the Eternal War and make peace with the Shodel."
"End the Eternal War?" Jarek asked incredulously. Cern nodded.
"You only win about half the battles anyway, he tells me. Why not just give half the wells to the Shodel and keep half for yourself? That way everyone has Dragonsteel and no one has to be sent home in several inconveniently messy pieces. As if the demon Shodel were capable of such an honest agreement."
Frost caught Jarek's eyes from across the room. They were both thinking the same thing.
"What does this Delenios look like, my lord?"
Frost asked carefully. Cern frowned.
"He's tall, with a firm, angular face. He has the strangest hair, white with streaks of black, even though he's a young man."
"He likes to dress in bright colors and he always wears gloves, doesn't he?" Jarek asked flatly.
"Yes," Cern said. "You know him?"
Jarek just shook his head, smiling slightly to himself. "Lords," the boy mumbled. "He gets around, doesn't he?"
"He certainly does, young master,"
Frost agreed. Then, noticing Cern's look, he continued,
"Next time we play, I shall have to tell you a few things about our friend Delenios, my lord,"
Frost offered.
"I look forward to it, Frost," Cern said with a nod. "Good night, then."
"Good night, my lord,"
Frost said as Jarek saluted. Then the two left. As soon as they were outside of the general's building, however, Jarek smiled at Frost energetically, Topaz forgotten for the moment. "Finally," he said, "a full Tsai."
"It takes most men years to accomplish what you have in 6 months, young master,"
Frost said with a nod.
"You have done well."
"I can't believe it," Jarek said. "I have to go back to my room and write my father immediately."
"Didn't you just send him a letter?"
Frost asked slowly. The boy's, or rather man's, continued delusion was one of Frost's major concerns. Frost worried that Jarek's selective amnesia regarding the death of his father might be an indicator of much deeper psychological problems. He had tried to explain the truth to Jarek on a dozen different occasions, but every time Frost mentioned Jarek's father, the boy grew vacant-eyed. When he woke, he couldn't even remember the conversation. Frost was worried his attempts at helping Jarek were doing more harm than good. There was a very serious problem crouching in the back of the boy's mind. "Yes, I sent him one yesterday," Jarek said. "This, however, merits another letter. Did you see the general's surprise when I handed him a full vial of Dragonsteel? I don't think I've ever seen that much emotion from him."
"It was indeed an interesting sight," Frost agreed. "Tell me, how did you do it? An entire vial in one night?"
"I can sense Dragonsteel, Frost," Jarek explained in a hushed but excited voice.
I've always been able to. There's a power to it, a resonance that I can see microkinetically. Before, I could only sense it when I was very close, but when I'm in the Gavel Dar, it's much more powerful. At first, I didn't realize what it was. I was so new to Gavel Dar that I didn't understand that I could actually pinpoint where Dragonsteel was going to appear. Frost nodded quietly to himself, wondering why he hadn't made the connection himself. CERN's cognitive enhancement exercises would have increased Jarek's microkinetic senses. Of course he would be more receptive to Dragonsteel's spiritual radiation. He could probably tell which wells would give out Dragonsteel hours before they actually came to fruit.
"Young master," Frost said cautiously as they approached the building that housed their quarters, "perhaps it would be wise to show a little more restraint."
"Restraint?" Jarek asked with surprise. "Why?"
Frost paused, considering how to raise his objection.
"Sometimes men grow jealous of those who advance too quickly,"
Frost eventually said, deciding to keep CERN's reservations quiet for the moment.
"The Psi aren't like that, Frost," Jarek said without concern. "They don't let foolish emotions like envy get hold of them."
"Even still, young master," Frost continued, "it would be best not to look unnatural. We aren't even certain why you can do microkinesis. It could be dangerous if news of your abilities became too widely known."
"People expect the Psi to do unnatural things," Jarek objected.
But then, noticing Frost's concern, Jarek held up a hand to forestall further argument.
"Peace, Frost," he requested. "If you are worried, then that is enough for me. I will try to show some restraint."
Frost nodded slowly.
"Good night, then, young master."
Chapter 44. It was by far the nicest prison Batchor had ever been in. Not that he had been in many prisons, of course. He'd been incarcerated a few times for brawling, but what true-blooded Kichan hadn't? Still, judging by his limited experience, he could tell that this particular prison was far more luxurious than most. For one thing, it was in the palace itself. Aronak's home was a massive stone building that followed the same architectural design as the temple Batchor and Topaz had visited. It had wide, spindly buttressings, broad archways, and several spire-like towers. It was an impressive structure. Batchor had never seen anything so grand except maybe the Trexandian Acadius. His cell was on the second floor and had a nice view of the city. It was well furnished with soft Falin rugs and several plush benches. There was even a painting on the wall, a portrait of some unnamed Tsend wearing a gold military uniform. The windows had no bars on them, but there was no ledge, and the ground was far too distant to risk a jump. The door was kept barred on the opposite side. He was fed regularly, and his chamber pot emptied, but other than that he had received no contact in the 3 months of his incarceration. Kichan did not deal well with captivity. They were wanderers in spirit, and some of them still held to the nomadic ways of their past, though of course they now traveled in style, their slaves carrying massive pavilions with them wherever they went. A Kichan's heart was accustomed to freedom. Being locked within a single room, no matter how nice, was almost more than Batchor could bear. He had tried to escape several times, but there were never less than a dozen guards present whenever the door was opened. Each attempt had only earned him bruises and an occasional concussion. At the end of the first month, he had gone into a frenzy, tearing apart the room and bashing one of the benches repeatedly into the door. The wooden portal still bore marks and scars from his outburst. Most frustrating about the entire experience was how little sense it made. Why were they treating him so? On the first day, the guards had told him he was being arrested for assaulting a nobleman. That in itself was a little baffling. Though the Kichan weren't exempt from the law, they were usually suffered when it came to brawling. It was understood that a Kichan would never attack unless he was insulted. The people, nobleman and peasant alike, generally thought that if a man was foolish enough to insult a Kichan, he deserved what he got. Batchor's people rarely killed, they preferred fists to swords, and as long as they didn't do much damage, they were ignored. However, Batchor had to admit he had stretched the limits of tolerance with his recent attack. He hadn't been partners with Kai Abel, or even negotiated a business deal with the man. Batchor had attacked Kai in his own home and hadn't given the Tsend much opportunity to defend himself. Even still, if Batchor were to be reprimanded, he should have been thrown in a dungeon, or, more likely in the case of a Kichan, ordered to pay a fine. Why had they brought him to the palace and just left him alone? Where was this Emperor Eranak? Questions like these drove Batchor to the point of near insanity. By the middle of the second month, it had become clear that unless he found something else to occupy his mind, he would probably end up completely mad. That very same day, he had heard something outside the window, the faint sound of troops marching. Anything involving warriors was of immediate interest to a Kichan, and Batchor had found himself rising from frustrated contemplations to stare out the window at the line of soldiers marching past. They were disciplined and orderly, moving in a perfect formation. Their tan and white uniforms had been covered with bright steel breastplates and helmets, and squinting, Batchor could also see many of them wearing the strange Tsend armor that was made of thousands of tiny steel rings. Batchor watched them pass, counting their numbers and admiring their organization. Over the next few weeks, other groups had arrived as well: archers, pikemen, and swordsmen. Even a contingent of the extraordinary mounted warriors who wore suits constructed totally of steel. Batchor had watched them all with fascination, noting how they arranged themselves into camps just outside of the city. Tsendor was gathering an army. And, from the looks of the ships that were floating in the docks, it would be an invasion army. Batchor could only draw one conclusion: Emperor Eranak intended to invade Uponi-Shodel. The Tsend hatred of the Shodel was famous. Tsendish religion taught that the Shodel were the adversaries of all that was good, and that only through Shodel extinction could true harmony be found in the world. Eranak was known to be a deeply religious man. He had built more temples and religious centers in his short reign than any other emperor. It appeared as if he had finally decided to destroy Tsendor's hereditary foes. And, judging from the army, he just might succeed. Counting the number of ships, the cooking fires he saw at night, and the ranks he had seen marching, Batchor guessed that the Tsends had over 100,000 men sitting outside the capital. Such an enormous collection of soldiers hadn't been seen on the three continents since the Kichan invasion nearly 1,000 years before. It was a wondrous undertaking, and Batchor found the time passing more quickly as he called up maps of Uponi-Shodel in his mind, guessing how the invasion would proceed. Little was known about the Middle Continent. Its borders had been mapped by a joint effort between the Tsend and Falan emperors 100 years before, but that had been accomplished by ships, and so the center of the continent remained a mystery. Eranak would probably land somewhere near the Shattered Plains, putting his Yolish allies at his back to keep his supply lines open. The thoughts had been enough to keep Batchor from thinking about his incarceration, and the last month passed much more smoothly than the previous two. Still, even as he sat and stared at a new squadron of archers, Batchor knew that the army wouldn't be able to satisfy him for much longer. Fewer and fewer troops were arriving each day, and it appeared as if the time for launch were growing near. Once the warriors left, he would be back where he started. A shuffling came from the door, and Batchor turned, seating himself on the bench. He had taken to watching quietly whenever the servants brought his food, sitting immobily and staring at them with cold eyes. Such seemed to make them even more nervous than they had been when they expected him to attack. This time, however, no cowering servant entered. Instead, a tall Naior officer in a gold-upon-white uniform strode in. He had a round face topped with a head full of dark black stubble. In his hands he carried a pair of white gloves.
"All right, Kek," the man said firmly. "Where is it?"
Batchor frowned, rising and folding his arms.
Where is what? He asked, with true confusion. Do not play stupid with me, Kak, the man warned, waving for the guards to enter and stand around him. What did you do with the necklace? The necklace? Batchor asked with befuddlement. I didn't take him. The man stood, quietly tapping his gloves against his hand. Batchor could see true hatred in this man's eyes, not just the passing racism or disgust that was normal for those dealing with a Kichan, but true and complete loathing. Batchor could sense that had something not been holding the soldier back, he would have drawn his sword and killed his prisoner right there. You disgust me, the man whispered, confirming Batchor's impressions. We found her, you know. We haven't told the public what you did to her yet, but when we do, I doubt even the palace walls will be enough to protect you. Batchor looked from soldier to soldier in confusion. What was the man talking about? You found her? He asked. Found who? Kai's wife, Kak, the soldier spat. At first we thought you were holding her for a ransom, but then we found the body. And what you'd done to her before you killed her. If the Emperor hadn't ordered us to keep you until he returned, I would have had you hung months ago. Batchor felt himself grow sick. Kai's wife? He asked. The quiet woman who had shown him the necklace. So, Kak, the officer said quietly, stepping up to stand just inches before him. The man's entire air urged Batchor to attack him. Batchor knew that if he did, orders or no orders, the officer would have him killed in a second. Only one question remains. What did you do with the necklace? Did you give it to the stable boy? Were the two of you working together? Or did you kill him as well? I don't know what you're talking about, Batchor growled. The man stood for a moment, rage in his eyes, as he looked at Batchor. His hands pulled into fists, crushing his white gloves as if he were barely restraining himself from reaching out to strangle Batchor. Finally he spun. Fine, he announced. Lord Erratic will order you tortured when he returns. Then we shall have our answers. The men filed out of the room, and the door swung closed. The bar fell into place with a loud thud. Batchor fell back onto his bench with an equally resounding thump. Kai Evel's wife, he thought to himself, dead? And the necklace gone? Suddenly he saw clearly what must have happened. He saw himself leaving the house, disappointed. He saw the wife, sensing a chance for independence, grabbing the necklace and fleeing from the room. He saw her ordering the stable boy to drive her away in Kai's own chariot. Most importantly, he saw her being too careless with the necklace, showing it to the stable boy, presenting an opportunity too good for him to resist. And when Abel woke up, all he knew was that he'd been assaulted by a Kichan, and his necklace and wife were both gone. It looked bad, very bad. This was no simple matter of a nobleman's wounded pride. Chothis whore, Batchor swore quietly to himself.
Chapter 45. I will not let you be king. Riala froze at the sound, pulling back against the side of the hallway. She bent the light around herself reflexively. 4 months of living in Strafen's garden had taught her to stay alert. She crept forward, her back against the wall. Not that anyone could see her. She just liked the feel of the powerful stone. It gave her strength. The voice sounded like it belonged to Strafen himself, and any form of support was welcome when dealing with the former Ka-Lord, whether you happened to be invisible or not. Riala peeked around the corner. The cross hallway was the one that led in front of Martis's study, a room newly emblazoned with the crest of Ka Strafen to note the change in leadership. People had even begun calling Martis Ka-Lord Strafen, now referring to his father, whose birth name was long forgotten, as the old Ka-Lord. Martis stood just outside the room, his hand resting on the side of the door, as if he were on his way out of the room and about to close the door behind him. He had frozen in the doorway, however. His eyes scanned the hallway in confusion.
"I will not let that happen, Martis,"
the voice spoke again, coming from a darkened corner on the other side of the hallway. The old Ka-Lord, looking increasingly wan and wraith-like since the marriage, stepped out of the shadows. The darkness seemed to stick to his skin as he walked into the light, as if loath to release its captive.
"What are you saying, old fool?"
Martis said, pulling the door to his study closed.
"Go back to your rooms and play with your servants. I have no time to deal with you."
Martis turned, as if to leave.
"I used to think I was evil, Martis," the old Ka-Lord whispered.
Martis hesitated.
"I knew what I did was foul,"
the old Ka-Lord continued, his face so full of creases it looked like the skin was about to melt and drop free from the bones.
"I hated myself for my temper. When I saw the pain in their eyes, I knew there would be no forgiveness for me. I tried to make up for it in my loyalty to the king. I thought perhaps if I couldn't be a good person, then I would at least be a good Ka-Lord."
Martis turned slightly to regard his father.
"You failed,"
he said. The old Ka-Lord simply continued on, as if he hadn't heard Martis's comment, walking forward in the shadowed hallway.
"You are something different, Martis,"
the old man rasped.
"You aren't bad. You are evil. I hit because I couldn't control myself. When the anger was in my blood, I had no control. I've seen you, Martis. You enjoy giving pain. I see the delight in your eyes, the twisted sense of accomplishment."
The old Ka-Lord stopped. He stood directly behind Martis now, and, for a moment, Riala was able to see a little bit of the old Strafen in him, the powerful man that had disappeared in the 2 years since Jarrek's departure. Though faded and aging, the old Ka-Lord was still taller than Martis, and his bulk seemed to return for a second, his strength and power filling the hallway.
"I will not let you take the throne, Martis. By the lords themselves, I will stop you. This one last duty I will perform for Melorand. I cannot control my anger, but I will control the thing it has created."
Martis stared into the eyes of his father for a moment, then snorted and stalked away. Riala waited for them both to leave, afraid to release her invisibility until they were gone. Finally, once her pulse had returned to normal, she allowed her cloak of light to drop and continued on her way. Over the last 4 months, she had spent as little time as possible in the Cawdon. She slept here, at least most of the time, but little else. Strangely, the servants in Rhodis's palace had finally started to warm to her, now that she was gone. Before, she had been the odd one, the servant who didn't fit in. All was forgotten, however, once she had been forced to move to Strafen's Cawdon, a place that, in the eyes of Lacton's servants, was only slightly removed from Szeth's underworld. Ironically, now that Riala was gone, they finally accepted her as one of their own. As a result, she had little trouble finding food or an occasional place to sleep. The servants listened with morbid eagerness as she described what went on in Strafen's Cawdon, their eyes wide with horror at the atrocities the servants were forced to suffer.
"Riala?"
The voice shocked Riala out of her contemplations, bringing her back to the hallway. She looked up with alarm, then relaxed when she saw who had spoken.
"Yes, my lady,"
Riala said, turning to regard Corteth. Perhaps the most horrible thing about Martis's house was what it had done to the princess. Corteth stood in her nightgown, bare feet resting on the stone floor. Her blonde hair hung limply around her face, and there were large, dark half-moons beneath her eyes. As Riala curtsied obediently, the princess turned her head, revealing the large purple and blue welt that covered most of the left side of her face. Riala's stomach turned at the horrid sight, and she had to turn her eyes away. "Have you seen him, Riala?" Corteth asked, in a frail voice, staring at her with nearly dead eyes. "Yes, my lady," Riala replied. "He was coming out of his study. He looked like he was going to the stables." "Ah, good," Corteth mumbled, turning in that direction. Her eyes stared sightlessly down the hallway. "Perhaps I should see if there's anything he needs." "My lady," Riala said hesitantly, "shouldn't you be in bed?" "Not if he needs me," Corteth mumbled. "He gets so mad if he needs me and I'm not there." Riala shivered as she listened to Corteth's quiet voice. The princess hadn't yelled at her in 2 months, and strangely, Riala kind of missed the harsh words. Anything would be better than being forced to see Corteth in this condition. "Where are you going, Riala?" Corteth asked, a flicker of life appearing in her eyes as she turned back to the slave. "I have some things to do, my lady." "Of course," Corteth said with a nod. "You aren't around much anymore, Riala," she said. "You're so busy. I never see you." "I'm sorry, Your Highness," Riala said, frowning slightly. Was Corteth implying something? "I would like it if you would stay with me once in a while, Riala," Corteth said softly. "The servants here frighten me. I would like to see you, to talk to you." Riala felt a stab of guilt as she looked into Corteth's dying eyes. Despite the punishment, pain, and screaming, this woman was the only sister Riala had ever known. Strangely, the more independent Riala grew, the more dependent Corteth had become. Now that the princess stood with bruises all over her body, genuine need in her eyes, could Riala really abandon her? "I will come and see you tonight, my lady," Riala promised. "We can talk about times before." "When Jarek was here," Corteth mumbled, smiling slightly. "Do you remember him, Riala?" "Of course, my lady." "He was only a peasant, you know," Corteth continued, rambling with disoriented eyes. "But he was so smart and so proud. He would have made a very good nobleman. I almost believed he was one half of the time. Do you think he's all right?" Riala gritted her teeth, trying to push back her own fears. It had been over 1.5 years, and there was no word from Jarek. Barely a day went by that Riala didn't worry what had happened to him. "I'm sure he's all right, my lady," Riala soothed. "Jarek is a very determined young man." "Yes," Corteth agreed. "Very determined, and handsome, too, in his own way. If only—" "We can talk tonight, my lady," Riala promised. "Right now you should go back to bed." Corteth nodded, her eyes glazed. Then, however, for a brief moment they became intense. She reached out and grabbed Riala's hand. "No, Riala, don't come to me," she said in a hushed tone. "Go and leave this place. I give you permission. Go as far from this horrible building as you can. Get away." Then, dropping her hand, Cortez turned and began to hobble back in the direction of her rooms, leaving Riala alone. Spending so much time away from Strafen's house had proven easy, if monotonous. Left with no other option, Riala had decided the only way to continue her investigation was to start watching Scathe as much as possible. It was, of course, impossible to follow him all the time. She could only hope that if he did something suspicious, he would choose to do it at a time Riala happened to be watching. She had remained committed to this line of investigation, no matter how boring it became. Most of the time, Scathe did amazingly little with his time. He spent an incredible percentage of it standing in the throne room, looking impressive. He attended those gatherings of the court to which he was invited. He was, after all, of noble blood, and occasionally went to the chariot races. About once a week or so, he was called upon by a member of the aristocracy to perform an augury. None of the court members maintained whore-watchers of their own, though Riala had heard that in the south, most major noble Ka kept one. The surveillance gave her plenty of time to read, and she did so with eagerness. She had long since completed all of the ballads and stories in the library, and had moved on to history, and for lack of anything better, science. Torel warned her that she was approaching the last of the scrolls. Melaran's library was hardly comprehensive. Over the 4 months of waiting, however, Riala began to grow more and more uncertain. Scathe did nothing that could have reasonably linked him to the prince's disappearance, and Riala was quickly running out of time. Rhodus had revealed the royal cache of Dragonsteel, 2 vials of the precious metal that had been earned over the last 2 centuries by sending supplies and the occasional nobleman's son to the Eternal War. The 2 vials were valuable indeed, as the Dragonsteel inside them hadn't yet been touched by human hands. Together with a small addition of gold coins, they were enough to pay the ransom. Further notes had come from the kidnappers, and the latest one finally set a date for the exchange. Riala only had a few weeks left to find Yoharn. One side of her mind kept trying to tell her that she didn't need to worry, that the king would pay the ransom, and all would be well. The other side, however, knew such wouldn't be the case. She didn't know what the whore-watchers were planning, but she worried that they would somehow take the money without returning the prince. If they suspected that Yoharn knew who had kidnapped him, they would never be able to let him out of their grasp alive. If it became known that the whore-watchers had been behind such an atrocity, their reputation in Yolen would be destroyed forever. Unfortunately, Scathe absolutely refused to do anything sneaky. Riala was losing hope. The time for the exchange had been set for 2 months in the future, almost exactly 2 years from the day the prince had disappeared. Her only clue came about a week after her chilling encounter with Cortez. She had been following Scathe for several hours and was about ready to abandon her surveillance for the time being. Master Torel intended to begin teaching her the rudiments of the Trexandian language that night, and she was eager to start. Her Falin had improved over the months, but she couldn't speak it, only read. The prospect of learning to speak in another language was exciting. Scathe spent most of the evening sitting in his room comparing star charts with the night sky outside his window and making notes on a small ledger. Riala watched him with half-interest, reading a book on Fane life by Mander, the man who had written the treatise Axios. The book was better than most of the scientific volumes in the library. It wasn't that Riala found science boring, It was actually rather interesting. Her problem with it was the philosophers themselves. Many of them wrote with such a decidedly dry style that it was laborious to read.
What?
Scathe suddenly asked. Riala looked up in alarm. How had someone else entered the room without her noticing? She soon saw, however, that Scathe was still alone. He sat on his stool, a thin white tamu kek clutched in his hand. His eyes stared sightlessly forward, but his lips were moving softly, as if he were speaking to someone. Riala stood, watching his lips with interest, hoping that he might say something intelligible. She could only make out a few of his mumbled words, however.
This soon. Dangerous to... in the city. Until the time where...
Eventually the Whore-Watcher seemed to fall out of his trance and shook his head, setting the tamu kek aside. Then, however, he looked around, his eyes suspicious. He turned to a chest beside the wall and pulled out a small bag filled with some sort of powder.
I know you are here,
he said suddenly, with an authoritative voice. Riala jumped, despite herself. Surely he couldn't possibly.
Begone, you spirit of the underworld,
Scathe commanded, tossing a pinch of the powder into the flame of his lamp. It burned quickly, filling the room with a foul stench. Riala resisted the urge to sneeze, instead frowning. Was he talking to her? The Whore-Watcher began to chant, and Riala simply shook her head. The powder was so foul-smelling, it would be as effective at removing the living as the dead. Eventually it appeared as if she weren't going to learn anything more from Scathe that night, so she quietly crept out of the window. Scathe's room was on the ground floor, and so it was only a short hop to the ground below. Shivering, Riala left the palace behind, striking out instead into the dark city. She walked until she arrived at another window, and after peeking inside for a moment, climbed in. "Riala?" a concerned voice asked. "I'm here, my lady," Riala said quietly, as she entered the room. Corteth's skeletal frame sat on a stool beside the bed, staring into her mirror. The room, tastefully decorated with rugs and brocades, was stuffy, kept uncomfortably hot by the fire burning in the stove on the far side. Corteth's eyes seemed to brighten slightly as she saw Riala enter. "I almost thought you weren't going to come," Corteth said, her voice nearly as weak as a whisper. "He'll be coming to bed soon." "I would never forget you, my lady," Riala promised, walking over to stand by her mistress. "You've been so good to me." "I am your handmaid, my lady," Riala said, seating herself on a stool beside Corteth. "And your friend." "I was so cruel to you. Corteth stopped, her dazed eyes turning back to regard her mirror. Whatever she had begun to say was forgotten a moment later. Riala picked up a brush and pulled it delicately through Corteth's long, wan hair. Despite Riala's best ministrations, the hair refused to reclaim its once golden sheen. It was limp and seemed a gray dun. As Riala worked, she tried not to notice the bruises on Corteth's back. "Am I still beautiful, Riala?" Corteth suddenly asked. "Of course, my lady." Corteth was silent for a moment. "Tell me about your day," she finally requested. And so Riala did. She invented most of it. A day spent watching Scathe would hardly make for interesting conversation. She continued on until they heard Martis thumping down the hall, and Corteth shooed Riala away, insisting as she always did that Riala leave before the new Ka-Lord arrived. Riala obediently climbed out the window. She stood in the darkness, watching the room for a long time after Corteth closed the window and untied the drapings. Riala couldn't see what went on inside, but unfortunately, in this one instance, her clever mind was far too imaginative.
Chapter 46. Jarek stood on the plateau watching the battle with keen eyes. He didn't notice the plane's sweltering heat. He had trained himself to ignore it. Nor did he pay attention to the hard earth underneath or the cries of pain from the men a short distance away. His attention was focused on the battle as a whole. Unfortunately, his observations only told him that the battle was not going well. Jarek stood with 10 other Tsai, waiting for a signal from CERN to join the battle. The general himself stood back from the conflict, waiting near the bridgeman with a small honor guard. The focused attempt on CERN's life 8 months ago had forced the general to stop entering confrontations in person, though he still went on over half of the runs. Jarek could tell that CERN wished he could take a more active role in the fighting, but, like always, the general had accepted the inevitable with calm understanding. If he were to join the battles himself, he would present a prize too tempting for the Shodel, thereby endangering his men. Not that CERN's self-imposed exile seemed to be doing any good. Endless waves of Shodel threw themselves against the defending humans, and even more waited on the plateaus beyond. CERN's men fought valiantly, striving to hold the well long enough for the Dragonsteel to appear, but they were horrendously outnumbered and were tiring quickly. Jarek silently watched the men fight and die, knowing full well what a loss this day would mean. During the last 2 months, Dragonsteel runs had grown increasingly difficult. The Shodel were innumerable, and they somehow managed to place so many men in every battle that standing against them was proving more and more futile. CERN's camp hadn't won a Dragonsteel run in over a month, and none of the other camps were faring any better. Today would be their last attempt. CERN had gathered 3/4 of his army and waited for Dragonsteel to be spotted on one of the larger plateaus. If he couldn't win this battle, he intended to pull back into a purely defensive formation. He was losing too many men, he claimed, to justify continued Dragonsteel runs. Fail this day, and the army would pull back to its fortress and wait for the Shodel assault, which might or might not come. Such an outcome was looking increasingly likely. CERN's troops were disciplined and skilled, but the Shodel, their flow from one plateau to another, not restricted by bridges, were able to put a much larger group of men on any given plateau. Even now, with the bulk of CERN's army forming a single powerful wall of men, the Shodel were far more numerous. CERN's army employed no chariots. At first, Jarek had been surprised by this, but CERN had explained his reasoning. The chariot was becoming outdated, the Sen general claimed. It was too solitary, too individual to fit into formation warfare. Charioteers, with one man driving and the other firing arrows, were maneuverable but easily surrounded by a well-trained formation of men. Instead of chariots, CERN relied on the flexibility of his formations. His men carried large shields, and when they formed together they produced an almost impenetrable wall of bronze and steel. Those in back carried spears, those in front swords. The formation could quickly split into 2 smaller groups to surround a foe, which Jarek had seen happen numerous times to Shandar riders. Yet no matter how disciplined the formation, it couldn't stand forever against an incessant foe. No matter how many Shodel the warriors slaughtered, there were always 2 more to take the place of any one that fell. Jarek frowned as he watched the battle. There was something wrong, something more than just the incredible numbers they were facing. Then he realized what it was. "Where are the illusions?" he asked out loud. "What?" one of the other Tsai, Fu Kal, asked. "The illusionary beasts," Jarek continued, "the monsters. There aren't any today." The Tsai around him looked out at the battle, searching, as Jarek did, for any sign of the horrible monsters the Shodel wizards created. There were none. "I guess they figured they didn't need them," Fu Kal replied.
I don't see any illusions, another Tsai, Maud, said. But look over there.
Maud gestured with a tan-gloved hand. There, in the distance, a familiar form soared through the air.
Drafrast,
Jarek mumbled. The King Dragon's appearance made the battle seem even more foreboding. During Jarek's first year in the war, sightings of the mighty beast had been common, but recently it appeared as if Drafrast had retreated from the shattered plains once again. Jarek felt a chill as he watched the dragon soar across the contested plateau to land a moderate distance from the fighting. For now, the beast appeared content to simply watch. Jarek forced himself to ignore the beast and focus back on the fighting. It was a good thing he did, for a moment later a group of Shenda riders jumped across the chasm and smashed against the humans' eastern flank. One of the huge beasts could have been dealt with, but 12 of them together played havoc with the human lines. Men were tossed in all directions, their line breaking. If the Shodel got through, they would be able to assault the unprotected backs of the human ranks, and the battle would soon be over.
"Let's move,"
Jarek ordered. Starting about 2 weeks ago, CERN had split the Tsai into 2 separate squads, an unusual event but not an irrational one. 2 squads would give more flexibility. Jarek had been surprised when CERN put him in a different squad than Sharn. However, that surprise had been nothing compared to the one he had felt when CERN announced that Jarek would be leading the 2nd Tsai squad. The Tsai moved at Jarek's command, dashing toward the battlefield. They did what he said, though Jarek knew it was more out of respect for CERN than anything else. Frost had been right about one thing. The Tsai, no matter how disciplined or meditative, were still men. They resented Jarek's quick rise to power. Fortunately, they were too well trained to ignore him as the bridgemen had done. At the same time, however, Jarek realized that they would also be much more difficult to win over.
"Get in quickly and neutralize those Shenda," Jarek ordered as they approached. "Don't let yourselves get engaged by the regular troops. 1 man per beast, and I'll take the last 2.
There was no sign of confirmation from the Tsai, but Jarek knew they had heard him. They arrived at the chasm and, en masse, jumped into the air, pulling out weapons as they leapt. A group of Shodel warriors noticed their approach and turned to confront them, but the Tsai dodged in different directions, some to either side, others jumping again to soar over the Shodel heads. The confused Shodel turned awkwardly, trying to decide in which direction their opponents were heading. By the time they realized they weren't the subjects of the Tsai attack, they had been left far behind. The human warriors let out a muted cheer as Jarek and his men approached. The Shenda raiders turned their beasts just in time to meet Jarek's team. Jarek heard the sound of fighting surround him, and, as one of the riders took aim with its long, shafted spear, Jarek jumped. He landed on top of the beast's head, placing 1 foot on the beast's serpentine brow, and pushed himself off again. The Shodel pulled back in surprise as Jarek sailed through the air, missing the spearhead by only a few inches in a powerful kick. His foot took the rider in the face, toppling him from the back of the Shenda. Jarek landed on the beast itself. The confused Shenda reared back, crushing its rider beneath one of its 6 feet, as Jarek whipped out his blade and sliced through the soft flesh on the back of the creature's head. Jarek jumped to the ground as the Shenda spasmed, flopping to the rigid plateau surface in its death agonies. Even as it fell, Jarek was running toward a 2nd beast. This creature bellowed at him as he approached, a strange half-hiss, half-scream of a sound. It bore several spears in its side, though its tough skin had prevented any of the human defenders from doing much more than inconsequential damage. Jarek swiped his sword at the creature's face, but it ducked instead of rearing as he had expected. Too late, Jarek noticed the creature's thick tail swinging in his direction. He took a deep breath, focusing his Tsai energy on strengthening his body. The blow tossed him easily to the ground, but nothing broke, and Jarek rolled quickly to his feet. Perhaps later a bruise would form, but for now the pain was washed away by the Gavel Dar. Jarek dodged a bite as he searched for his sword. The blade, the same Shodel weapon he had taken all those months ago, had fallen a good distance away. Instead of dodging in its direction, Jarek lunged toward the Shenda itself, ripping one of the human spears from its side. Dodging a strike from the Shenda's rider, Jarek spun, driving the thin spear at the creature's face, which was approaching for another bite. The spear drove straight into the surprised creature's mouth, piercing the back of its throat and stabbing through the back of its head. It ripped the spear's haft out of Jarek's hands as it reared back, bellowing in rage and agony. A motion from Jarek's side barely gave him time to duck as a sword passed over his head. The beast's rider had jumped down from its dying mount and, having discarded the now useless spear, was attacking with its blade. Jarek moved to dodge in the direction of his own sword, but the Shodel jumped to block his path. It stepped warily, hiding behind the enormous square shield that was intended for a mounted warrior. The Shodel was fast, not as fast as Jarek, but faster than most Shodel he had encountered. Jarek barely had time to jump back as another sword strike nearly decapitated him. The Shodel struck again, but this time, instead of jumping back, Jarek leapt forward, his arm pulled back in a fist. It was a gamble. He gathered his thigh as he attacked, the Shodel's blade getting closer and closer to his neck. Time froze, Jarek hanging in the air just in front of his opponent, his feet a few inches off the ground, his arm raised, the Shodel's sword touching the skin at the side of his head. Then, with a crack, his fist shot forward more quickly than even he could follow. The Shodel's sword shook as its body jerked backward. Jarek felt a searing pain on the side of his neck, but the blade didn't continue its cut, flying out of the Shodel's fingers as if it had been thrown. Jarek's own hand had broken a hole directly through the center of the Shodel's shield, then it moved forward to pierce the creature's chest. White blood poured around his fist as the Shodel fell backward, its body pulling off of Jarek's hand with a sucking sound. As it fell, Jarek realized for the first time that the creature appeared to have feminine features. For some reason, he had never associated genders with the Shodel, lumping them all into one mass of demonic things. Jarek shook his head, feeling the weakness from the Tsai blow strike his body. He was used to it now, however, and knew it was temporary. He pulled the shield off his arm, then raised his hand to touch the side of his neck. The cut wasn't deep. He turned to locate the rest of his team. Many of them were still fighting. Several more Shenda had appeared to engage them. Jarek moved to help his men, then stopped. An awesome power washed over him. He knew what it was before turning. The Lord of the War. The creature sat astride its Shenda, cleaving at the human ranks with its axe weapon. Jarek hadn't seen the Lord since he had joined Cern's camp. Like Drafrast, it had retreated from the battle. But unlike Drafrast, it had decided to take an active part in this last decisive assault. The Lord of the War sensed him as well, turning from the soldier it had just decapitated to look at Jarek. There was no challenge, no battle yell. The two warriors simply advanced on one another. As if by mutual consent, they knew they were destined to fight. Jarek picked up his fallen sword as he ran forward, dashing with a low gait. The Lord not only had the advantage of being mounted, but its weapon was also Dragonsteel. Jarek wasn't certain what that meant. He had never seen enough Dragonsteel in one place to form even a small dagger. At the very least, it meant that not even a Tsai blow would be able to shatter the Lord's blade. The Lord swung his weapon as soon as Jarek was in range. It made a slight sound as it sliced through the air, a sound like a crashing waterfall heard from a very long ways away. If it had been constructed of steel or bronze, the weapon would have been far too awkward to be functional. Its barbs and spikes would have made it bulky and overweight. Dragonsteel was impossibly light, however, and would hold its form even if it were only a hair's width thin. Jarek ducked, striking not at the Lord but at his mount. Jarek's blade dug into the beast's leg, but it didn't rear, as he had hoped. Instead, it brought its head down and slammed it into Jarek's side. Jarek stumbled away from the beast, turning even as he saw the Lord striking again. Reflexes brought his weapon up to parry the attack, though logic should have warned him what would happen next. The Dragonsteel weapon sliced cleanly through his sword, lopping off 2/3 of the blade. Jarek tossed the broken weapon aside, ducking to the side to avoid the Lord's backhand. Arrows fired by a careless archer, Jarek didn't have time to see whether it was human or Shodel, tore through the air just behind him, forcing him to stay close to the monstrous warrior. Jarek's mind worked quickly within the coolness of the Gavel Dar, preparing to dodge another attack. He had no weapon, and he was still too weak from his previous fight to perform another full Tsai blow. Still, he had to do something. So he ducked, gathered what Tsai he could, and used it to jump straight into the air beside the Lord of the War. A fraction of a second later, the world froze. Jarek hung in mid-jump, about eye level with the Lord of the War, his mind confused. Where had the cognitive ripple come from? Why was time freezing? Jarek hadn't made a Tsai blow. Had another of the Tsai warriors come to help him? There was a crack in the air, and the Lord's Dragonsteel weapon ripped through the space where Jarek had been standing a second earlier, moving so quickly that it appeared to jump directly from the beginning of the swing to the end. The attack, meant to kill Jarek, instead sliced through an arrow flying below him. The Lord of the War could perform Tsai blows. Jarek didn't have time to ponder the implications of the blow. As time resumed, Jarek continued to soar in the air, completing his jump. His foot whipped out, kicking the Lord in the face. It wasn't a Tsai blow, not completely. It was delivered, however, with all the force and control of Gaveldar-enhanced muscles. Jarek felt the iron crumple beneath his foot. Jarek dropped to the ground, hearing the Lord bellow in pain. Jarek dodged backward, falling into a defensive crouch as he turned his eyes back on his opponent. The kick had twisted the helmet in such a way that the Lord could no longer see. A gauntleted hand came up, ripping off the dented helm, revealing the face underneath. Even in the middle of the affray, men screaming and dying around him, Jarek's jaw dropped in amazement. The Lord of the War wasn't Shodel. He was human. The Lord felt the side of his face, turning dark eyes on Jarek. He had stark blonde hair and delicate masculine features. The Lord advanced his mount on the surprised Jarek, but then paused. His eyes darted across the battlefield, falling on the warriors around him. There was anxiety in his eyes, and he raised his shield as if to obscure his face. He doesn't want them to know what he is, Jarek realized, that he's human. But does he want to hide that from us, or from the Shodel with whom he fights? The Lord's eyes fell on Jarek. There was a debate held within them. Finally, he made a decision. Another time, his look said. The Lord reared his mount and retreated toward the back of the Shodel lines. Jarek stood stunned for a moment before remembering his men. He turned, seeking out the rest of the Tsai. The ground a short distance away was littered with the reptilian bodies of Shenda, and the Tsai were gathering at the center of the carnage. All 10 were walking, though one appeared to be leaning on 2 companions. Jarek swore softly. They couldn't afford to lose even a single Tsai. "Back," Jarek said simply, leading the way toward the plateau they had left behind. He would think about the Lord later. Then Jarek froze, looking in front of him with amazement. The plateau they had left, the one they had been using to watch the battle, was now covered with Shodel. Jarek spun, looking around them. Every plateau he could see was infested with white faces. There were thousands upon thousands of them, most waiting silently. Jarek heard hissings of surprise and alarm from around him as the Tsai stopped. The Shodel were everywhere. With horror, Jarek realized they had even begun to attack Cern's plateau. He could barely make out the general's standard amongst the sea of armor and white. "To the general!" Jarek ordered, picking up the sword of a fallen soldier. "We have to get to him! Quickly! And by whatever means necessary!" The Tsai nodded, dashing toward Cern's standard and breaking into smaller groups of 2 and 3 as Shodel moved to stop them. In the back of his mind, Jarek knew the move was futile. There were too many Shodel. Cern's entire army was only 5,000 men strong, and there had to be over 50,000 warriors surrounding them, an impossibly large number, one Jarek's mind could hardly comprehend. Cern's plateau was a great distance away, but surprisingly, Jarek almost made it. He jumped, he dodged, and occasionally he fought his way across the battlefield. The Shodel, however, were determined to corner him. They had learned how to fight Tsai. They focused all their efforts on inflicting a single wound to his leg. Eventually, despite his speed and agility, one of them hit, slicing into the back of his calf with a lucky strike. Jarek didn't scream in pain. There was no pain. He did, however, drop to the ground. He immediately found his feet again, blocking a half-dozen attacks as he rose. Unfortunately, his leg could barely hold his weight. He couldn't jump or run. He could barely stand. Shodel weapons assaulted him from every side. Jarek blocked with every ounce of his trained skill, keeping the most lethal blows from hitting. He couldn't stop everything, however, and soon he was covered with a dozen cuts of varying severity. He stumbled, and a blow took him on the side of the head. Gaveldar shattered around him, and his world exploded with pain. His sword dropped from stunned fingers as his mind finally acknowledged the agonies his body had been feeling. He barely saw a Shodel raising its weapon to kill him. The world fuzzed, and Jarek felt himself slipping toward unconsciousness. He tumbled to the hard earth, trying to dodge as his world faded completely to black. Then, through the pain, Jarek heard the sounds of fighting around him. He gritted his teeth, using the pain itself as a point of focus. He would not let himself fall unconscious, not now. Cern needed him. Slowly, Jarek reasserted control of his body and a few seconds later forced his mind back into the Gaveldar's meditative state. Immediately, all pain disappeared. Jarek's eyes snapped open, and he found himself staring up into the air, a concerned face hovering over him. "He's alive!" Kep said with excitement. Jarek reached up, leaning on the young boy's shoulder as he rose to his feet. Bridge 4 stood around him in a protective circle, their old bridgeman leather discarded for a set of silvery steel breastplates and short swords. The tall, long-faced Denty turned as Jarek rose, saluting. Most of the men were there, standing defensively around Jarek. The battle had pulled back from them for a moment, the Shodel searching for easier targets. "Denty," Jarek said with relief, "I have never been so glad to see anyone in my life." Denty smiled. "You don't look so good, sir," he confessed. "I'll live," Jarek said dismissively, scanning the familiar faces. Then, for the first time, he noticed something else. Someone was missing from the ranks of Bridge 4. "Gathman," he said with concern. "Don't worry, sir," Denty assured. "He went back to Kashtor. He made his 300 coppers and went to collect his bride." "Of course," Jarek said. Bridge 4 stood at the ready, looking at him expectantly. With a churn of disappointment, Jarek saw the hope in their eyes. Even though they just rescued him, they expected him to be the one who saved Cern's company. Everything would be all right now that they had found Hook. He would find a way to turn the battle. He always had in the past. Jarek looked beyond the bridgemen, scanning the battle. He could only make out a few scattered pockets of human resistance. It was not good. Even as he watched, Cern's standard fell, its flag getting trampled beneath the endless waves of Shodel. "What now, sir?" Denty asked, his voice concerned. The Shodel had once again taken an interest in the small group of bridgemen. A large group of at least 100 of them was gathering for an assault. Jarek began, hope fading from his voice. "There's nothing I can do," he wanted to warn. Microkinesis refused to help him no matter how much he pled. The Gaveldar was powerful, but only on an individual level. It could not stop an army. Then he noticed something. A fallen Tsai, Teledos, a blond man from Dysoria. He lay on his back, dead eyes staring into the sky, his hands clutching a wound in his stomach. Except there was no blood. There was no blood anywhere on his body, most especially not next to the long gash in his torso. Jarek frowned. No blood? Then he looked back at the battle. No illusionary monsters either. His former confusion returned. Why not use the illusions now when everything depended on this one battle? It didn't make sense. Unless the Shodel illusionary power was focused on something else. Perhaps it was the sudden realization, or maybe it was just his innate penchant for noticing details, but at that moment, Jarek realized something else was wrong with the battlefield. Not with the men fighting on it, but with the planes themselves. Something was wrong, and had been wrong since he had first arrived. The boulders. Bright white rocks just like those near Jarek's home village. His mind searched back, remembering comments that hadn't seemed important at the time but now made absolute sense. Gathban referring to the rocks on the shattered plains as blood-colored, just like boulders would be back in the red rock deserts of Kashtor. Vesson complained of a rock in his shoe the size of the plains' granite boulders. Sharn, speaking in the quiet darkness of the plains at night, commenting on how the rocks reminded him of his home back in Tsendor. Most importantly, Jarek remembered Frost explaining the nature of Shodel illusions.
They don't really create images. They just project an imprint into your mind, a set of general instructions explaining what they want you to see. Your own mind makes the illusions. That's why they seem so real. Your own mind makes the illusions, makes them from what you know.
The group of Shodel smashed into Bridge 4, easily crushing the tiny line of defenders. Jarek screamed in denial, grabbing his sword from off the ground and spinning. One of the white boulders sitting on the hard earth like a sun-bleached skull lay directly behind him. Hearing men scream in pain, men Jarek himself had trained, Jarek raised his weapon high and gathered his Tsai for one final strike. Time froze, men and blood held in the air, then Jarek's weapon struck, its point driving into the center of the large white stone. There was a yell, an inhuman yell. The boulder vanished, revealing a Shodel in dark red robes. The creature writhed on the end of Jarek's sword, screaming in pain. Then it fell still. As it did, the Shodel warriors attacking Jarek's men vanished. Jarek looked up, and the surprise of what he saw, combined with the weakness caused by a Tsai blow, nearly made him drop his sword in surprise. Every Shodel, living or dead, in a 20-foot circle had disappeared, leaving dead humans alone on the quiet ground. The members of Bridge 4 sat up in amazement, their wounds suddenly gone. In the back of his mind, Jarek noticed that his own wounds had also been healed, or rather, the force that had been convincing his body that it was hurt had been removed. "They're illusions!" Jarek yelled in amazement. "They're all illusions! Bridge 4 to me! We have to get to the other rocks on the plateau!" Addled but determined, Bridge 4 formed into a rank as Jarek dashed forward. When the next group of Shodel saw them, the members of Bridge 4 quickly engaged them, giving Jarek time to reach the stone. He hacked at it with his sword and was completely dumbfounded when it struck against the stone instead of passing through it. Are some of them actually real? He wondered for a moment. Then he realized what must be happening. Raising his blade, he focused himself and made a Tsai blow, something not even his own mind, no matter how deluded, could stop. The blade passed through the stone, and a Shodel head rolled out and bounced across the plateau. Fully 3,000 Shodel warriors disappeared. Bridge 4 let out an excited whoop from behind him. A third of the plateau was now empty, and a few human stragglers were left standing in the middle of their fallen companions, looking around themselves with amazed eyes. 2 of these were Tsai. "Bindle!" Jarek yelled. "Move to the southern side of the plateau and use a Tsai blow on the first boulder you see there. Tidor, you do the same for the eastern side. Move!" "Yes, sir," both Tsai yelled, dashing to follow Jarek's orders. The few dozen remaining human soldiers were quickly gathering to join with his bridgemen. "To the general!" Jarek yelled, leading the men to the north in the direction he had seen Cern's standard before it fell. There were still thousands of Shodel between them, but Jarek's men, their wounds healed and their spirits raised, crashed into the illusionary warriors, fighting desperately. Jarek fought with the cool precision of the Gavel Dar, which didn't care whether its enemies were flesh or illusion. It cut down both without care. Despite their enthusiasm, however, they were moving too slowly. The masses of Shodel felt real enough, and they provided an effective block. Jarek fell back desperately. He had to do something. Reaching down, he picked up a small piece of metal, a round pommel stone that had fallen from some hapless warrior's sword. Then he cast his eyes back in the direction of Cern's plateau, searching for signs of a white boulder. As soon as he saw one, he jumped, Tsai energy carrying him high into the air. He gathered his Tsai again and threw the small steel ball. There was a crack in the air as his muscles, driven by the Gavel Dar, snapped the ball forth. It flew truly, screaming forward to pass through the stone's image and crack against something hard underneath. The image fuzzed, revealing a red-robed Shodel clutching his arm in pain. A section of Shodel disappeared as the creature's concentration broke. There, in the center of the vanished Shodel, stood a very confused General Cern, surrounded by the tattered remnants of his honor guard and 2 tan-uniformed Tsai. Jarek landed on the ground behind his rank of men and immediately collapsed in fatigue, the Tsai blow having sapped the last of his strength. He remained conscious enough, however, to notice when another large group of Shodel disappeared, as either Bindle or Tidor completed his mission. After that, the enemy Shodel vanished in droves, as did the rocks, revealing a group of red-robed Shodel who began to dash away from the battle in fear. Strangely, about 24 of the Shodel warriors didn't disappear, but instead retreated with their wizards. 24 out of 50,000. Jarek groaned and stared up into the sky in exhaustion, listening as the human soldiers cried out in victory, though their voices were muted. Most of them were staring out at the thousands of dead human soldiers that lay scattered across the plateau.
each one having died without taking a single wound.
Jarek knelt on the plateau's firm surface, looking down at the Shodel warrior's face. The second one he had killed, the Shendar rider, had apparently been real and not an illusion, for the bodies of both her and her beast had remained when the battle was through. She was beautiful in a way. Her delicate angular features could have been human, except for the eyes, black save for a ring of white where the pupils should have been. A large hole in the center of her chest, delivered directly between her breasts, matched the size of Jarek's fist. There was a footstep behind him, and Jarek rose, saluting when he saw General Cern. Both had stayed back with most of the other men to search for survivors amongst the dead, waiting for Sharn and Tydor to return with new bridge crews, or, more aptly, new bridges, to help them off the plateaus.
"All this time,"
Cern said, shaking his head as he surveyed the plateau. The bodies thereon appeared to be sleeping, rather than the remnants of a great battle. "I wonder how long they've been using illusions instead of real warriors," Jarek said, stepping over to stand next to the general.
"A goodly long time, I would guess," Cern replied. "I always wondered what happened to the bodies of fallen Shodel. Everyone just assumed they came back for their brothers."
Jarek nodded. "They must have worked very hard to maintain the illusion."
Cern nodded. "They would have had to leave their magicians on the plateaus all day to make certain their rock hiding places didn't vanish or change. There are those of us who would have noticed if the boulders shifted position from one day to another."
"And the illusions of monsters and nightmares," Jarek added. "They were all just diversions. The magicians knew that some of us would learn to see through their creations, so they gave us obvious horrors to look at. They made the horrors weak, without much power. So as soon as we learned to see through them, we assumed we were impervious to their mind tricks."
"Never realizing the true illusion, the one that was defeating us, was hidden in more ways than one," Cern finished with a nod. "I also wouldn't be surprised if there were rocks like these near our camps as well. Someone had to maintain the illusions in the minds of wounded soldiers, convincing them that they were injured. I wonder how many men we lost to fevers and infections that were purely the creation of Shodel demons."
Jarek nodded, thinking back to the frequent diseases that had plagued Demetrius's camp.
"And we would still be suffering from their illusions if they hadn't gotten sloppy," Cern concluded. "They tried to handle too much, to create too many warriors at once. While I was fighting, I wondered why so many of the Shodel were just standing there, as if waiting for something. Only a few hundred of them would be active at a time. If all of them had attacked at once, we would never have been able to stand."
"There are obviously limits to their abilities," Jarek agreed. "Otherwise, they would have never slipped and stopped projecting illusionary blood on the fallen humans. They must have grown desperate to try what they did today." Cern frowned.
"What do you mean?"
"This was a huge gamble, sir," Jarek explained. "They probably knew that they couldn't maintain so many illusions at once, which is why they haven't done it before. One slip could forever put an end to their secret. And one did. They will never be able to use their illusions so freely again." Cern thought for a moment.
"Greed," he finally determined.
"My lord?" Jarek asked.
"They did it for greed," Cern explained. "They wanted the Dragonsteel so badly that they weren't happy with the amount we were winning from them. So they risked everything, on the chance to keep it all for themselves."
Jarek didn't answer immediately. Cern's comment held merit. It must have been a tempting proposition for the Shodel. However, it was Jarek's feeling that there was something else to the battle. It seemed too much like a last effort, a desperate attempt to protect themselves, to have been fueled by greed. But why risk so much simply for Dragonsteel?
"You have distinguished yourself again, young Jarek,"
Cern said, turning to regard him with even eyes. "Sir, it wasn't me," Jarek protested. "Anyone could have put the pieces together if they had seen what I saw." Cern shook his head.
"No one else noticed the pieces, Jarek," he said.
You have saved my life and the lives of my men twice now. More importantly, I think you may have permanently broken the Shodel's power on the Shattered Plains."
Jarek blushed slightly before Tsern's praise. One thing he had learned about the Tsen general was that the man never spoke frivolously. Tsern was sometimes hard, but he was always honest, and he truly cared for his men.
"I was suspicious of you, I must confess," the general said slowly, staring out across the plateaus.
Jarek blinked in surprise, completely stunned. "Suspicious, sir? Why?"
"It is the human way to be suspicious of those who appear too successful, Jarek," Tsern said. "I had half convinced myself that you were a Shodel somehow disguised and planted in my camp."
Jarek felt his mouth open in stupefaction.
"I apologize for this," Tsern said. "No spy, no matter how much he wanted to earn my trust, would have revealed what you discovered today."
He turned to face Jarek, looking him right in the eyes.
"I must accept the facts, no matter how improbable. You are what you appear to be."
The bridge crews arrived, and Tsern left him standing contemplative next to the body of the Shodel he had killed. "I am what I appear to be?" he wondered. "But what exactly is it I appear to be?" Chapter 47.
"Initiate Jarek," Ithuzeleth declared, "you have been judged by this council and determined worthy to advance to senior status. You are now to be addressed by the title of Revenant."
Topaz smiled to himself, noting the look in Ithuzeleth's eyes. Even as the old Whore-Watcher spoke the words, he looked as if he himself couldn't believe what was happening. The average time it took an initiate to make Revenant status was a decade, though some had been known to do it in 5 years. Topaz had done it in 9 months. Granted, he had a few advantages over the average initiate. Beyond microkinesis, he had age and maturity, as well as experience dealing with people. Topaz had wiggled his way into so many organizations and courts that sometimes he almost felt guilty. In the end, the Whore-Watchers had been forced to advance him simply because they couldn't think of any more excuses not to. He had memorized all of their chants and teachings within his first week of training. He could use their charms and Tamu-Kex with more efficiency than even the best Drath. He had only been forced to wait 9 months because of a comment made by a Drath 1,000 years dead. The rules stated that no person should be allowed to be a Revenant until they had passed their 20th birth date. Topaz had claimed to be 19 from the beginning, and the induction ceremony had required him to invent a birth date for himself. He had chosen a random date for his supposed birth, not realizing at the time how important that very date would eventually become. But now it had arrived. He stood in the same chamber as he had on that first day, again presenting himself before the group of Draths. For Topaz, it had been an excruciatingly long 9 months. He had only been able to sneak out of the Acrobula occasionally, and then he couldn't remain away for longer than a few days. Fortunately, he had more freedom than the average Whore-Watcher student. The Master of Initiates had quickly learned that Topaz would not put up with silly things such as washing floors or menial chores. It was a constant source of amazement to the Jesk that organizations like the Whore-Watchers, not to mention any craftsmen who took an apprentice, could claim they were improving character and teaching obedience when they were obviously just making up excuses to get free labor. The teachers amongst the Whore-Watchers had taken an immediate dislike to Topaz, probably because he had memorized their Codex of Chants in 5 minutes, a task that normally took years. They had begun sending him to the Master of Initiates with some frequency, claiming he needed to learn discipline. His first task had been to clean an enormous fire pit as wide as 2 men were tall. The only tool he had been given was a small brush the size of his thumb. He had tossed the brush aside disdainfully, then used microkinesis to separate the ashes from the stones. He'd called up a slight breeze to blow them into piles. When the Master of Initiates had returned to check on the student a half-hour later, he had found Topaz dozing at the far end of the room, the fire pit bleached nearly white, and 7 piles of ashes sitting by the doorway. As an added bonus, Topaz had separated the ashes by color and arranged them in ascending order of darkness from gray to black. The Master of Initiates, a fat-faced Drath named Vorndor, now stood at the back of the collected Draths, watching Topaz with nervous eyes. He had come down with a case of the shakes, growing increasingly paranoid as the months progressed. Every time he gave Topaz a task, no matter how impossible it seemed, he had returned to find it completed. One day Topaz had offhandedly offered to heal Vorndor's nervous tic. That had been too much for the man. The Drath had ordered the teachers never to send Jarek to him again, then locked himself in his chambers. Since that time, Vorndor had begun regarding every other Horror-Watcher, especially Topaz, with paranoid hostility.
"As you know,"
Ethuseleth was saying, his voice drawing Topaz back to the Reverend initiation announcement,
"this appointment will not be made official until ratified by the goddess herself. We will hold a special ceremony this night and ask for her blessing. Until that time, you should spend the day in meditation."
"Yes, Great One," Topaz said with an overdone flowery bow. "And might I say, your wise face is looking particularly wizened this evening." Ethuselah frowned slightly.
Thank you, Jarek."
Topaz smiled. He was pretty certain that Ethuseleth was catching on to him. Over the months, Topaz had begun to shed his facade of being an ignorant jarg, instead adopting the personality of a cultured and learned man. But a cultured and learned man with absolutely no tact or common sense. In essence, he became what every nobleman assumed a backwater jarg would be like if they were forced to imitate those of true genteel society. He made embarrassing comments by the dozen, pointed out things that never should have been said, and his compliments were always less than flattering. It was, of course, incredibly fun. The Draths filed away. As they passed, Topaz shifted to microkinetic vision. He gathered some axi from the air, pushing them into the shape of a finger, which he used to tap Vorndor on the shoulder just before he left. The wide-eyed man spun in alarm and saw only Topaz standing on the other side of the room. Topaz waved affably, and Vorndor paled, his right eye twitching uncontrollably. "You really should have someone do something about that twitch, Master Vorndor," Topaz noted. The man rushed from the room. Topaz chuckled to himself. Maybe in the future Vorndor would think twice about making his students clean out the Acrobula stables with their tongues. The Jesk left through the chamber's opposite door, intending to head in the direction of his meditation chamber. His path was blocked by a familiar short-bearded Horror-Watcher with blonde hair. He wore the stiff-collared robe of a senior Revenant. "Hello, Cathus," Topaz said affably. "You're looking wonderfully dull this evening."
"I know you are lying,"
the man hissed, his eyes dark. "Oh? You mean you aren't feeling very dull?" Cathus's eyes slitted in anger.
"You should be more careful around me."
"Yes, I know," Topaz replied lazily, leaning against the doorframe. "You found me. I owe you an eternal debt of gratitude." Cathus shook his head.
"You are no jarg," he said quietly. "I've watched you. You've fooled us all."
"Aw, Cathus," Topaz replied. "I always knew you were slightly less stupid than the rest of them. And, might I say, your voice is sounding melodically petulant and spiteful today. You must have worked on that for some time."
"I don't know what you are," Cathus said, "but I'm going to find out."
Topaz shook his head. "Good luck," he said, with complete frankness. Then he pushed his way past the man and strode down the hallway. It appeared as if he were finally going to be able to get some answers. In his 9 months in the Acrobula, the powerful white-clothed form had not returned to him. Topaz had literally spent months pondering on what he had seen, and he could only come to one conclusion. Either he was wrong about everything he had been studying and learning since he began his quest, or he had just met the fifth god, the Evil One, whose name he still did not know. If that were true, and he thought that it was, then he was in trouble. He had been bedridden for 2 weeks after his encounter with the being. He hadn't suffered any true physical damage, but his body had been so utterly drained that he had been able to do little but sleep. The Whore-Watchers whispered together that he was subject to the fits, a sure sign of being favored by the lords. Topaz hadn't known what to think. He had told Batchor that he didn't have faith, that he couldn't believe, and in part that was still true. He didn't know what he believed, but after experiencing the awesome power of the being that claimed to be Orion, Topaz was willing to admit the possibility of deity. Whether that meant that the 9 lords actually existed, he didn't know. After 2 weeks of recovery, Topaz had returned to normal, completely without scar, at least physically. He was left wondering, however, how he was going to fight against something so powerful that its very presence sent his body into convulsions. Now, more than ever, he knew he needed answers, and he needed them quickly. Unfortunately, he had been forced to wait 9 months to ask them, but no more. Tonight, for the first time, he would be able to meet directly with the goddess the Whore-Watchers called Celonis. He had felt her presence several times during his stay in the Acrobola. She was nowhere near as powerful as the other being, but she was obviously of the same make. As a recently advanced Revenant, Topaz would be allowed to ask her 3 questions. Topaz didn't particularly look forward to dancing naked in front of a pagan altar, but he was willing to try about anything to get his answers. Besides, he was pretty certain he would look a fair bit better in the buff than the Draths did. Topaz woke from his nap with a yawn. He usually used his meditation time to sleep, and any Whore-Watcher who claimed that they didn't do the same was trying to hoard prestige. Lazily, he checked his internal clock, which was always right, and he knew he had about a half hour until the moon rose. Plenty of time to get to the ceremony chamber. He threw on a clean initiate's robe. It would be the last time he wore one. After this day, he would be given one of the incredibly tacky but strangely desirable Whore-Watcher robes. He made his way through the now familiar passages of the Acrobola, speaking with no one. He was forbidden to talk until the ceremony was finished. It was all delightfully clandestine and, of course, utterly pointless, but no more so than the initiation rites of other groups. Topaz just took it all in stride. If this night went well, then he would ironically have gained more information from the Whore-Watchers than all his years studying in Trexandos. The Draths waited for him in the chamber. It was just as he remembered it from his covert peeking on that first day, containing a bright white altar about as long as a man was tall, and a ring of torches on its walls. He waited silently with the others, a little bit nervous for some reason, until he heard a muffled noise from behind. 2 Revenants entered, bearing a bound and gagged form between them. It was a young girl wearing nothing but a thin shift, her eyes red from crying. Topaz felt himself grow sick. Oh, lords! He turned to the wrinkled Ethuseleth, feeling anger rise in his breast. "Who is that?" he demanded with a harsh whisper. "Hush!" Ethuseleth said sternly. "You may not speak until the ceremony is over." "No," Topaz said, his voice staccato and firm. "Who is that?" Ethuseleth sighed. "Your virgin," he whispered back. "Now be quiet. All will be revealed." "My—" Topaz trailed off. Only then did he notice a raised platform behind the altar, a platform he wouldn't have been able to see when peeking through the door on the opposite side, a platform just long enough for a pair of bodies to lie upon. He turned to Ethuseleth again. "When?" he demanded. "Before or after I ask the questions?" Ethuseleth shot him an enraged look. "When?" Topaz repeated. "It is the act that summons the goddess," Ethuseleth explained in an intolerant tone. Topaz groaned inwardly, looking back at the frightened young girl. She couldn't be older than 14, a short, dark-haired girl. She looks like Riala, he thought suddenly. He was so close to finding the answers. Topaz sought desperately for a way, any way, around what the Draths expected of him. He had worked too long to let it all slip by so easily. However, even as he thought, the Draths towed their poor captive past him and moved to begin tying her across the platform. He didn't have much time left. With a sigh, Topaz shook his head. Well, I just wasted 9 months. Topaz moved suddenly, spinning away from Methuseleth. As he moved, he ordered the oxygen axis in the room to pull back from the torches. It was almost more than he could manage, but he only had to hold it for a brief second before the flames choked and died. The room was suddenly blanketed in darkness, except for Topaz, whose microkinetic vision allowed him to sense what was around him without the use of his eyes. He spun through a world full of vibrating axes, snatching the girl's form out of the hands of the surprised Revants and dashing out the door. There were yelps and calls of alarm from behind him as he wove through the Acrobola's passageways, towing the girl behind him. As he ran, he used microkinesis to loosen the knot tying the girl's hands together. It came undone as they paused at an intersection, and Topaz reached back to pull the gag off as well. "Be quiet and stay behind me," he warned in Fallon. The girl nodded in confusion. He could sense her weakness. He could only guess what kind of conditions she had been forced to live in. If the Horwatchers treated their initiates so poorly, what would they do with their captives? His microkinetic eye could see something overlaying the girl's axis, a sort of white shadow. The shadow seemed to glow softly, though light meant nothing in the microkinetic realm. Frost had once told him the shadows were reflections of the spiritual realm, an image of a creature's ideal nature. Topaz removed his glove, then reached up and touched her on the side of the face, willing her strength to return. In an instant, the dull exhaustion left her eyes and they began to glitter with energy instead. The axes in her body seemed to jump with ecstasy, many of them rearranging until they matched the spiritual shadow. Topaz held some of them back. Healing children was difficult. If he wasn't careful, he would accidentally cause the girl's body to grow and age. The girl gasped in delight, her strength returning. The wounds where the rope had bit into her skin disappeared instantly. She raised her hands with wonder, staring at the now-healed wrists. "Sivan," she whispered, looking up at Topaz with wide eyes. "The healer." "If I were one of the 9 lords, my dear," Topaz said back, turning to peek around the corner, "I wouldn't have to sneak my way out of this building. Come on." They moved quickly, Topaz in the lead, ducking into rooms or down side passages whenever Topaz heard someone approaching. As the minutes passed, such intrusions became more and more frequent. Even in a maze like the Acrobola, it was impossible to remain hidden forever. "I knew it!" Topaz spun toward the voice, pushing the girl behind him. A form stepped from the shadows of an intersection a short distance away. "Cathis," Topaz said flatly. "My, how unspeakably revolting you look this evening." "I knew you wouldn't be able to do it, Jarek," Cathis said, stepping forward. Topaz cursed silently. The Revant was carrying a sword. He knew, unfortunately, that most Horwatchers had been the sons of noblemen before recruitment. Nearly all had received at least marginal training with weapons. "What in Taminin there's?" Topaz said innocently in jargish Melaran, backing away from the Horwatcher as he sought for an escape route. Unfortunately, the only thing behind them was a storage chamber. If they went in there, they would be cornered for certain. "Don't try that on me, Jarek," the man warned, taking a step forward. "It was all too easy, just too easy. You're obviously some sort of demon from the cognitive realm. I knew you wouldn't be able to face the goddess. You aren't pure enough." "Not pure enough to rape someone?" Topaz asked incredulously. "And I thought I was good at irony." "Ha! You can't—" Cathis cut off with a muffled gulp of a sound. Topaz frowned in confusion, a look he shared with Cathis. Then the Revant slumped forward, toppling to the ground. There was a bloody stain in the middle of his back. Topaz grew cold as he watched a couple of forms move quietly around the corner, their white skin reflecting the torchlight. One, holding a bloody sword in one hand, bent down to make certain Cathis was dead. The other stepped forward quietly, noticing Topaz and the girl.
Shodel, Topaz thought with complete shock. Here? What in the name of the Nine Lords?
Suddenly a scream, piercing in the face of the Shodel's silence, echoed through the passageways. It was impossible to tell what direction it came from. The Acrobola's hallways reflected in distorted sound. The scream was followed by the sound of metal on metal and the shouts of men. Topaz turned back to the advancing Shodel. They had paused, but then turned back to Topaz, stepping forward again, their pale faces a stark contrast to the dark eyes, their white ribbon-like hair framing their faces. He felt the girl shudder beside him and heard her begin to say a mumbled prayer to the Nine Lords. Topaz backed away from the advancing warriors, pushing the girl into the room behind them and quickly moving to shut the door. He barely had time to make the door swell within its frame, the only thing his power of growth could do to wood that was already dead, before the handle turned. He scanned the room. It was empty, save for a few bales of cloth and some sacks of flour. The girl huddled in the corner as the door began to thump in its frame. The door slowly began to slide open as the Shodel rammed their shoulders against it. "Think!" Topaz commanded himself, searching for something in the room he could use. The flour was no good. He couldn't command seeds to grow if they had been crushed. He could probably start a fire with the cloth, but what good would that do? Mold wouldn't help him this time. The walls were too thick, as wide as a man was tall in some places. Topaz froze. Why were the walls of the Acrobola so thick? Surely the upper floor didn't need that much support. Cursing himself for a fool, Topaz switched to microkinetic vision, scanning the walls around him. Sure enough, he sensed a passageway extending out from the back of the room. Idiot! Of course the Whore-Watchers would have secret passages in their castle. They're so cursed melodramatic sometimes it's painful. He ran over to the wall, looking through the axis in search of a mechanism to trip the doorway. Since microkinesis didn't rely on the eyes, it was possible to see through solid matter in the same way it was possible to see in the dark. But in the case of stone, the sense grew cloudy after a few feet. Eventually, however, he found a stone in the wall that appeared to be attached to some sort of pulley. He pushed it forward, and the wall swung back on some unseen hinge. "Come on," Topaz urged, waving the girl through the opening. She obeyed quietly, moving into the passage as the room's door resounded with another hit. It was almost open. Topaz stepped through into the passage and pulled the secret door closed. "Come on," Topaz said, leading the way through the passage. "I can't see," the girl whispered with a frightened voice. Topaz paused, realizing that he was still looking microkinetically. "Hold my hand," he ordered, reaching back to take her thin hand. He led them through the darkness and up what appeared to be a ramp. Occasionally the walls around them thinned, and Topaz could hear the sounds of fighting on the other side. He still couldn't understand what the Shodel were doing in the middle of Lalum. They would have had to travel all the way through Falamore to reach the country. Had Topaz been so out of touch the last few months that he'd missed word of an invasion? Cursing the Whore-Watchers for their foolish secretiveness, Topaz followed the incline of the passage until they reached a dead end. The path turned into a set of steps, and, reaching up, Topaz was able to find a clasp and push the trap door open. The girl gasped behind him, and Topaz shifted views to see bright moonlight shining down through the opening. He stuck his head up, then climbed out onto the roof of the Acrobola. The shadowed stones were guarded by horrific sculptures that looked much more ominous in the moonlight than they had during the day. The girl climbed out after him, pulling close to his side with fright. If Topaz's infallible memory was right, there was a stairwell on the far end of the roof that led down to the courtyard. They moved quickly over to the stairwell's column, listening to the muffled screams and fighting from below. Topaz pulled open the door, surprising the Shodel who had been reaching for the latch himself. The two stared at each other for a moment, then Topaz cursed, slamming the door closed. The Shodel caught it before it closed entirely, however, pushing it back open. Topaz pulled the girl after him, running to the back of the Acrobola and along the plank that joined the keep to the outer wall. Even as they reached the wall, however, Topaz noticed Shodel appearing from the stairwells at either side of the structure. Several of them were carrying bows. The girl began praying again beside him, but Topaz shook her out of the mantra. "We're going to jump," he warned, looking down at the ground 20 feet below. "I trust you, Lord Sivan," the girl responded, and without warning stepped off the side of the wall. Topaz cursed as she slipped from his grasp, plummeting toward the hard earth. He reached out desperately, feeling the power swell within him. He searched with his mind, scanning the ground below until he located the proper spiritual shadow. He released the power within him, the power he didn't understand. Grow! A bush sprouted suddenly from the ground, throwing out branches and leaves even as the girl fell. By the time she hit, it was as high as a man's waist. Topaz shot one look back at the Shodel and jumped himself. He and the girl had been running for about a half hour when a massive explosion sounded behind them. Amazed, Topaz walked through the smoking rubble that had once been the Acrobula. What he saw before him shouldn't have been possible. He had expected carnage and bodies, perhaps even some flames, for there were things in the Acrobula that would have burned. Instead, he had found only rubble, a black scar on the hilltop where the large stone building had once stood. In places, it looked as if the stone itself had burned. The blocks that remained were oddly distorted, as if they had been melted. Most of the bodies were nothing but burned skeletons, and the miasma of death hung strongly in the air. What could have done this? He knew the answer, however. He had felt its power. This was what would happen to all of Yolen when the fifth god came in force. Could the Shodel be allied with him? Topaz slowly picked through the rubble, searching for survivors. He wasn't certain why he did so. After what he had been confronted with at his initiation, he knew that every man who had made the rank of Revenant deserved what had happened to him. Topaz still found it hard to believe. He had come to know many senior Whore-Watchers during his time in the Acrobula, and many of them had seemed to be decent people. Some of them he had even liked. How had men like that lived with themselves after the initiation? How had they continued to live with themselves, knowing what happened each time their goddess was summoned? He turned, shaking his head. There was one last thing he wanted to do before he left. He opened his microkinetic vision, not focusing on specifics, but extending the sense on a wide spread. Slowly, he became aware of something pulsing a short distance away. He walked over and pushed aside some rubble, digging carefully. Eventually, he pulled free an object covered in soot. It was thin and spindly, about 2 handspans wide and 1 tall, like a spider web that had somehow been frozen and hardened. He rubbed it with the sleeve of his Whore-Watcher's robe, revealing the silvery glint underneath. Dragonsteel. So the Whore-Watchers had been holding a piece of the altar. He flipped the piece of metal in his hands, reading the foreign letters that made up the spider web. Celonis, he read. Makes sense, I suppose. It wasn't the name of the fifth god, but one of the 4 Frost had told them. So Topaz really had wasted his time. Even if the Shodel hadn't destroyed the Acrobula, the Whore-Watcher Dragonsteel wouldn't have revealed anything new. If only I'd been able to ask the questions, he thought with disappointment. Still, at the same time, he had a feeling that he didn't want to have anything to do with a deity that was summoned in such a sickening manner. Topaz tucked the Dragonsteel in his robes. Such a large piece was probably valuable enough to buy a kingdom, assuming, of course, he wanted one. Still, though fiscal matters were of little interest to him, such a powerful item of bargaining could not be ignored. He turned to leave. Then, however, he heard an incredible sound. Moaning. Turning toward the sound, Topaz rushed to the far side of the fallen Acrobula. He pushed some rubble out of the way, revealing the pudgy face of Vorndor, Master of Initiates. Even as Topaz watched, the light of life faded from the Whore-Watcher's eyes. Hurriedly, Topaz ripped off his glove, grabbing Vorndor by the neck. The man gasped suddenly, a deep rasping breath that filled his entire lungs. Like a yell, except it pulled in air instead of pushed it out. His back arched rigidly. His arm, which had been nothing more than a blackened stump, regrew in less than a second. Then, slowly, a dazed look in his eyes, Vorndor sat up, every scratch and mark gone from his body, though his robes were still burned and scarred. Topaz sat back, replacing his glove.
"You,"
Vorndor said, noticing Topaz.
"you healed me."
"You're lucky," Topaz said. "Another moment and you would have been dead, and that's a barrier even I cannot cross." The Drath looked at him questioningly, but Topaz said nothing further on the subject. Instead, he asked a question of his own. "Why did you survive, Vorndor?" Topaz demanded. "Why didn't you die in whatever destroyed the rest of them?"
They wanted to question me,"
Vorndor mumbled, shaking his head. Topaz frowned. "So there was a point behind the attack. What did they want to know? What did you idiot whore-watchers do to so anger the Shodel?" Vorndor was staring at his hand and feeling his abdomen as if amazed that his wounds were actually gone.
"I don't know,"
he confessed. Suddenly, tears began to roll quietly down his cheeks.
"I don't know. They wanted to know where the boy was."
"The boy?" Topaz asked, his voice sharp. "What boy?"
"The prince," Vorndor babbled. "The prince of Melorand. We took him for the money.
Joharn? Topaz asked incredulously. Joharn was here in the Acrobula?
"Yes, but we moved him. Took him back to his homeland. The king is going to pay us soon."
Topaz cursed, looking to the north. A wide set of tracks, chariot wheels, and hoof prints led to the north. "You told the Shodel this?"
"They hurt me,"
Vorndor mumbled, staring off into space.
"They hurt me so badly. But now all the pain is gone. Gone."
Topaz stood. What did the Shodel want with Joharn? Regardless, they were heading for Melorand now, and they had a one-day lead on him. Topaz left the still sobbing Vorndor behind, rushing toward his own chariot. Then he paused, noticing something for the first time. One of the burned corpses in front of him was not human. Though its face was charred, it was possible to see patches of white skin and a single black eye. Apparently the whore-watchers had been able to take a few with them to the next world. Topaz frowned, trying to decide what about the Shodel corpse bothered him. Then he finally realized. Before, when he had searched for Dragonsteel, he hadn't felt anything from this corpse. He quickly switched to microkinetic vision to confirm his suspicion. Sure enough, he felt nothing. No pulsings, no power at all. There was no Dragonsteel in this creature's bones. "It isn't a Shodel," Topaz thought with amazement. It looked like one, but on the inside it was different. It was something else, not human and not Shodel. "Oh, lords," Topaz thought with a quiet groan. "Why so many questions and so few answers? If it wasn't a Shodel, what was it?" Such questions, however, were irrelevant in the face of what the creature had done, or, more importantly, what it might do. Topaz looked to the north, debating what path he should take. He had several avenues of travel open to him, some much more quick than others. Eventually, he unhitched his horse from its chariot and hopped on the beast's back. The beast didn't rear or react with fear. All animals trusted him. Horses weren't meant to be ridden like donkeys or oxen. Their backs couldn't support the weight. Unless, of course, that weight was Topaz. He removed his glove and pressed his hand against the horse's neck, filling the creature's body with energy and strength. Then, grabbing the reins, he kicked the horse into a gallop. Chapter 48. "Tonight, Dragonsteel will appear in the places I have marked," Jarek said, pointing at his table map. Tokar, one of the New Tsai, nodded, memorizing the plateaus Jarek had indicated. "Yes, Lord Jarek," the man said, bowing and backing from the room. Jarek frowned slightly. "That still sounds odd to me, Frost," he confessed.
"The second and third commanders of an army hold the rank of sub-general, young master," Frost said from the side of the room. In the minds of the men, that makes you a lord."
Jarek nodded. He had heard the explanation before, but it still sounded odd to him. He looked down, noting on his ledger which plateaus he had indicated. He was in charge of a third of CERN's section of the plains, and the general wanted him to keep close track of which plateaus gave out the most Dragonsteel.
"You can really sense them from this far away?"
Frost asked. Jarek nodded. "It has taken practice," he admitted, "but I'm getting better. I've been here so long I've started to feel a closeness to the plateaus, as if the shattered plains were part of my skin. Maybe it's all the Dragonsteel."
"Perhaps," Frost agreed. "Will you have time for a game of deck tonight?"
Jarek smirked, finishing his ledgers. "What? You aren't tired of defeating me yet?"
"You aren't that bad, young master," Frost objected. "Lately you started to provide something of a challenge. Another year and you might be ready to go against Lord CERN himself."
Jarek shook his head, setting down the ledger and walking over to pour himself a cup of chilled wine, one of the perks of being a sub-general. "I'm not that eager to be humiliated, Frost, thank you." The old scholar smiled, accepting a cup of wine. Jarek frowned slightly, looking into the man's eyes. "What is it?"
"Young master," Frost began, "do you realize what time of year it is?"
Jarek thought for a moment. Seasons were so similar in Falamore that it was easy to lose track of time. "Sometime in the middle of winter."
"The end of winter," Frost corrected. "Your birth date will be approaching soon."
Jarek leaned against the wall, sipping his wine as he counted the days. It had been 2 months since his discovery of the Shodel illusion tactics, 10 months since he had joined CERN's army, 19 months since he had arrived at the Shattered Plains, which made it a full 22 months since he had left Melorand. His 18th birth date would be in about 2 months. "I guess it is," he said, drinking the rest of his wine. The cool liquid was an absolute relief in the southern heat.
"And that means,"
Frost implied. "Korteth will be getting married soon," Jarek finished, setting aside his cup, a suddenly sour taste in his mouth.
"You won't be returning, then?"
Frost guessed. Jarek shook his head. "I have too much responsibility here." The acknowledgement hurt. For the first time, he realized that he had done exactly what he set out to do. He had won honor and glory in the eternal war. He had earned the respect and loyalty of an entire army. Yet for some reason, he didn't feel like returning to show off his accomplishments. He couldn't use the praise and honor of these men to win Korteth's hand. That would cheapen their esteem somehow. Glory wasn't what he had thought it was. It didn't come from slaughtering the most Shodel, or even rescuing a general from danger. It came from being worthy of the respect his men gave him. "I'll send them a gift," Jarek decided. "A book." In the last few months, CERN had opened his personal library to Jarek, who had begun to pursue his former studies. He had found that he gained much more joy from reading and learning now that there was no pressure to defeat Martis. In addition, his understanding of Axii and realmatic theory added a great deal to his learning. He had even begun to pen an essay of his own, explaining his theory on the unseen forces that held Axii together. He looked up from his contemplations. "I'm sorry, Frost," he confessed. "You were still waiting for me to return, weren't you?"
"No, young master," Frost said with a shake of his head. "I think you have made the proper decision."
"You can go if you wish, Frost," Jarek offered. "I shouldn't hold you here. Melorand is your home."
"Melorand was my home," Frost corrected. "But I have had many homes over the years. I'm getting old, and the cold makes my joints ache. I think perhaps I should retire to some place warm."
Jarek smiled, laying a hand on Frost's shoulder. "Thank you, my friend," he said. "We'll return sometime. Perhaps in another half a year, long after Corteth and Martis have been married. Lord Cern has a ship on the eastern coast, and we could probably make the entire trip in less than 2 months. I would like to see Rayala and the king again."
"Good," Frost said. "I have some things in the palace that I would like to collect."
The decision had an air of finality about it. Jarek had found his place in life, here, in the war. If he ever returned to Melorand, it would be to visit, not to go home. "My lord?" a voice asked from the doorway. "Yes, Cap?" Jarek asked, turning. "General Cern has asked to see you." "All right," Jarek said. Frost rose to follow as Jarek walked out of his quarters, now a building that was all his own, and proceeded down the pathway in the waning light. A group of armed men led by Denty fell into step around him. Things had changed much over the last few months. Dragonsteel runs were quite different now. For one thing, Jarek could tell ahead of time where the Dragonsteel would come up. No one questioned his ability. They assumed it had to do with his being a Tsai. In addition, the Shodel defeat had allowed them to construct permanent bridges and watch stations across most of the Shattered Plains. Apparently, it had been the hidden Shodel magicians who had been setting the permanent bridges on fire. The result was a severe decrease in the necessity of bridgemen. Most places had permanent constructions, and Cern's new ox-drawn bridges worked for the rest. As a result, Bridge 4 had found themselves unnecessary. They had, however, eagerly accepted their new assignment as Sub-General Jarek's honor guard. Human armies now had a permanent hold on about 2/3 of the plains. The Fallon government had placed all of the other camps under Cern's command, so instead of separate competing armies, they were all one organization. Cern had, of course, allowed Jarek and his bridgemen to accompany him when he took control of Demetrius's camp, and set about cleaning it up, physically and metaphorically. Cern's own camp had changed as well. Now that the real threat of the Shodel was gone, the camp had become less of a fortress and more of a city. Cern had allowed certain businesses access to the camp and made orders to construct a second, larger palisade around the first. The result was a central, still martially organized city with a larger civilian one on the outside. Jarek could see the beginnings of houses and shops being set up, and the change had fostered a sudden boom in marriages amongst the troops. "Lord Jarek," the guards at Cern's door said, saluting as Jarek arrived. Leaving Bridge 4 behind, he and Frost quickly walked up the wooden steps and into the general's command room. Cern stood to the side, speaking with Sharn and a short red-haired woman that Jarek didn't recognize. When she turned, putting her face into the light, he couldn't mistake the squarish, determined features he saw. She had to be Cern's daughter.
"Ah, Jarek,"
Cern said as he arrived.
"And Scholar Frost, welcome. I wish you to meet my daughter, Tulin."
"Ah," Tulin said with a staccato Tsend accent. "You're the one who broke my jewelry box." Jarek blushed. He had heard stories about Tulin.
"I'm very sorry, my lady," he apologized.
Sharn laughed.
"No need to cringe, Jarek. She rarely throws things at strangers."
Tulin huffed in complaint, punching her fiancé lightly in the shoulder. Cern watched them with amusement in his eyes, then turned to Jarek.
"My daughter, true to her rather impetuous nature, has decided not to wait for the wedding as planned. Sharn has graciously consented to her demands, and they will be returning to Tsendor to make arrangements."
"Congratulations," Jarek said, walking over to clap Sharn on the shoulder.
"Thank you," Sharn said. "As I will want to see the wedding of my only child," Cern continued, "I will follow them in 4 months.
The general paused, and Jarek looked toward him expectantly.
"I doubt I will return," Cern continued.
Jarek froze.
"My lord?"
he asked with surprise. Cern reached over, pouring himself a cup of chilled wine.
"You know of Emperor Aranak?" he asked.
"I have heard impressive things about him, my lord," Jarek replied.
"They are all true," Cern said. "There is no one I respect more than the Emperor.
You should see the good he has done for Tsendor. His Imperial Majesty was the one who sent me here in the first place. He told me the Eternal War was out of control, and that I was to subdue the Shodel threat."
Cern paused, sipping his wine.
"I know my Emperor well, Jarek," he finally continued. "The Shodel are subdued. If there is no change in the next 6 months, then when I arrive in Tsendor for the wedding, he will have another assignment waiting for me."
Jarek leaned back against the wall. What would the war be like without Cern's firmness to rely on?
"Jarek," Cern continued, "since I will be gone, and Sharn will be staying in Tsendor to join the Emperor's Guard, that leaves you in charge."
"Me?" Jarek asked with surprise.
"You are third commander," Cern said. "Such implies you will be in command when the first two leave."
"Sir, I don't know what to say," Jarek confessed. "The entire camp?"
"Not just the camp, Jarek," Cern prodded. "The war. The leader of this camp is the supreme commander of the entire Eternal War."
"Sir," Jarek objected, "surely there's someone more qualified."
"There was, but they were killed in that final battle," Cern said truthfully. "But that isn't the point. The Eternal War is essentially a political endeavor. Only a person with the proper rank will be allowed to lead. Unfortunately, the other generals are like Demetrius, though none so bad as he. They are not warriors. They are courtiers."
"But I'm just a lumberman," Jarek reminded him. Cern held up a hand.
"Not from this moment on, you aren't. I couldn't place any of my squad captains in charge. The Fallen Court knows each of their ranks, none of which is high enough. You, however, are an enigma. No one knows who you are or where you came from. In this case, your obscurity is your ally. They assume you came with me from Tsendor like Sharn. Everyone in the court heard how you saved the war. They will accept you. Besides," he added, "you are the most qualified man I know."
"I appreciate the honor, my lord," Jarek said, "but I can't help thinking I'm not ready."
"You aren't," Cern said. "That's why I'm giving you 4 months' warning."
"Are they all real, my lord?" Vesson asked, scanning the approaching group of Shodel.
Jarek wrapped his mind in the Gavel Dar, focusing all of his energy on building a mental shield around himself. He forced external thoughts and proddings to turn aside, then slowly opened his eyes. He was impressed. Fully half of the approaching warriors were not illusionary. The Shodel were reluctant to give up completely on their ruse. Over the last few months, they had tried several variations on the illusion idea, mostly ways of keeping their magicians safe during the battle. Even if the humans knew their opponents were illusionary, they would still be slaughtered unless the magicians, called Kame Kenden II by Frost, could be destroyed. At first, the Kame Kenden II had tried to disguise themselves as other objects, such as corpses or riderless Shenda, but these guises had quickly been recognized. They had briefly tried to disguise themselves as nothing at all, trying to be invisible, but for some reason, this didn't work very well. The human mind wasn't willing to accept information telling it that an object it could see did not exist. Even the regular warriors had been able to sense where the magicians were when they tried that trick. Their latest and most effective trick had been to alter the men's perceptions of where the plateaus ended. Jarek had lost an entire squad of men to such a ruse. He had watched them run out on apparently solid ground, only to see them vanish as they plummeted into the chasm. The humans had quickly learned not to stray too close to plateau edges. Now it appeared that the Shodel were disguising their wizards as regular warriors. It was a clever idea, but still inadequate. Jarek could sense which of the warriors was creating the illusions. Their manipulations of the cognitive realm gave them away.
"Well, at least they're persistent," Jarek mumbled, reaching to his belt and pulling out several small steel discs. Following his success with the broken pommel stone before, Jarek had fashioned the discs,
following the design of a wooden toy the lumberman had made. He raised one of the discs and, gathering his tsai, whipped it in the direction of the approaching Shodel. The small disc, about half the size of a man's palm, hurled through the air, propelled by the force of Jarek's cognitive power. It hit the Shodel magician's chest, slicing through his armor and digging deeply into his flesh. The comic Kenden too collapsed, taking his illusions into the next world with him. The remaining Shodel warriors paused and then, picking up the corpse of their fallen comrade, quietly retreated.
"I don't understand why they keep trying,"
Denty confessed. The members of Bridge 4 waited protectively around Jarek, and the regular warriors stood in formation a short distance away, watching over the well which would soon put forth Dragonsteel.
"I don't either, Denty,"
Jarek said with a shake of his head. The Shodel refused to give up, even though humankind held nearly all of the shattered plains. He watched the Shodel trail off, crossing the few remaining plateaus back to their side of the plains. Jarek had never been so close to Uponi Shodel, the southern continent, before. Just beyond the barren plateaus, he could see a thick forest unlike any on Yolen. Jarek was accustomed to pines, which tended to grow relatively far apart from one another. Uponi Shodel's forest was more like a wall of foliage, one mass of solid shrubbery as opposed to a line of trees. And of course the plants were all bone white. Fain animals he had seen before, but it had never really occurred to him that the plants would be fain as well. He felt the warriors around him relax as the Shodel disappeared into their white forest, though realistically they must have known that there was little chance of a battle. Cern, working at Jarek's suggestion, had scattered the remaining Tsai warriors across the plains, giving 2 or 3 to each camp. It took a good measure of concentration and focus, but most of the time they were able to locate the Shodel magician and either kill him or tell the warriors where to find him. The eternal war was over. It was a difficult idea to accept. The war had been a part of Yolen for centuries. Every boy, even peasants, dreamed of glorious battles fighting the Shodel, and every village told and retold the stories of its heroes and legends. Now it was finished. The Shodel were broken. Not that troops would ever leave the shattered plains. There was still the Dragonsteel, as well as the necessity of patrolling the border. In addition, many noble Ka depended on the war as a venue to dispose of second and third sons. In name, the war would continue. Patrols would still be sent, Dragonsteel runs still made, and there would probably even be the occasional skirmish with the Shodel. But the danger was gone. Jarek had spent a lot of time over the last few weeks thinking about the future of the Eternal War, mostly because it now appeared that he would be leading it. The concept was still enough to stun his mind. However, as the days passed, he learned more and more about the administrative duties of running a war. He learned to procure supplies for his men, to maintain order, and to delegate duties. At first, he had been worried more about the strategic side of the appointment. He had less than 2 years' battle experience, which was hardly enough preparation to run an entire war. Cern had quieted his fears, reminding him that it was becoming increasingly obvious that the fighting was over, and even if the Eternal War did somehow return to the way it had been, Jarek was ready. The war was unusual in that it was made up of tiny skirmishes, as opposed to massive battles. Jarek understood the skirmishes. He excelled at them. Still, despite the fact that the war was all but over, Jarek felt an enormous responsibility in being chosen to lead the armies. The battles might not be fierce, but he was still accountable for the lives of thousands of men. He felt a chilled pulsing behind him. The Dragonsteel had nearly arrived. He turned, and the warriors parted before him as he stepped forward to gather the luminous metal. The chariot ride back to camp was a short one. Permanent bridges made a big difference. Jarek rode ahead of the rest of the men, leaving them in the charge of a division captain. He wanted to get back before it grew too dark to inspect a new shipment of steel swords. As his driver pulled into camp, however, he noticed something odd, a blue and green chariot sitting outside CERN's command building. Curious, Jarek climbed out of his own chariot. Vesson and Denty, who had come behind him in a separate vehicle, followed quickly. Jarek climbed the steps to CERN's office. Blue and green were the Fallon imperial colors. Usually, such a chariot indicated a messenger from the court itself. Sure enough, Jarek passed a blue liveried courier on his way into the building. The man bowed to Jarek, then climbed in his chariot and whipped the horses into motion. Jarek entered CERN's office. The large room, its walls covered with maps and charts, was empty save for the general himself. He was holding a yellow sheet of parchment in his fingers, eyeing its contents with consternation. Though CERN's face was characteristically difficult to read, Jarek immediately sensed that something was wrong. CERN did not look up as Jarek entered.
"There has been an attack,"
the general said quietly, his voice confused.
"In Lalem, an army of 500 Shodel assaulted and razed the Horwatcher's Acrobula, completely destroying it."
"Lalem?" Jarek asked with surprise. "How in the name of Zeth did they get that far north?"
"I have no idea,"
CERN said, shaking his head as he lowered the parchment and set it on the table beside a stack of books.
"It appears we have been too presumptive. The Shodel are not beaten. Our main function as an army was to keep them out of Yolen, but somehow they've gotten by us."
Jarek walked over, picking up the letter and reading its contents. 500, he repeated. As far as we know, those 500 warriors could have all been the construction of one Kame Kenden II. CERN paused.
"Perhaps. However, accounts say that the entire building was destroyed, and several reports said they saw an army marching through the northern mountains, an army that left tracks. They might actually be real. Of course, I doubt it matters much to the men who were slain. Illusion or not, they're still dead."
Jarek cursed quietly. The Shodel had realized they wouldn't be able to win the Eternal War, so instead they had gone to a place where there were no Tsai to oppose them. "We have to send men after them," Jarek decided. "The Tsai are the only ones trained to stop the illusions. If we don't act now, the war might flare up again, on the continent this time."
"I agree," CERN said. "I feel responsible for this. Unfortunately, there are complications."
Jarek looked up, frowning. CERN reached over and selected another sheet off of his desk. This one was crisp and white and was covered with the strange picture-like words of the Sendish language.
"As fortune would have it, this came today as well. It is from Emperor Eranak himself. It appears that I was right when I assumed he would reassign me, though I was wrong about how long it would take."
CERN paused, looking into Jarek's eyes.
"This is an official order to withdraw to Sendor within the week. Lord Eranak wants me to return as soon as possible, and he wants me to bring my troops as well."
"All of them?" Jarek asked incredulously.
CERN shook his head. "Only the Tsens, which means about half the camp. But he especially asked that I bring the Tsai warriors."
Jarek frowned. "But, sir, without the Tsai—"
"I know, Jarek," CERN said quietly. "It worries me as well. However, I think there may be a more important task ahead of us. I have heard reports from associates in Tsendor. The Emperor is preparing for something big, a massive confrontation, an invasion."
"Uponi Shodel," Jarek breathed. Eranak intended to take the war into the Shodel homeland. CERN nodded.
"We have a chance to rid the world of the Shodel finally and completely. That is why he needs the Tsai, and that is why he needs me. Lord Eranak indicated in his letter that I am to take command of Tsendor's imperial armies."
The tall man reached out, placing a hand on Jarek's shoulder.
"I would have you there with me, Jarek.
One of the first things you learn as a military commander is that you must be careful whom you trust. Any man, even your closest advisor, could be in the enemy's employ. A man you know will not betray you is a valuable commodity, and if that man happens to also be an excellent leader, then you know you have been blessed by the lords themselves."
"But what about the Eternal War?" Jarek asked.
"Jarek, if this invasion is a success, we won't ever have to worry about the Shodel demons again. Lord Eranek's plans take precedence over the greed of the Fallen nobility. Come with me, and leave them to squabble over their Dragonsteel."
Slowly, Jarek felt himself begin to nod. "It would be my honor to follow you, my lord," he said. Cern smiled deeply, a rare sight.
"Good. Then let us make preparations to depart. Fully half of my camp is Tsendish. If we are going to leave in 1 week's time, then we are going to have to move quickly."
"But, sir," Jarek said, taking a deep breath, "I cannot go just yet." Cern paused, turning back to Jarek with a question on his face. "Sir, I have to go north after those rogue Shodel. Whether it's an army or a single illusionist, the Shodel are desperate and angry. If I don't go after them, then they could slaughter thousands before they're stopped." Cern was silent for a moment, then he nodded.
"You are an honorable man, Jarek," he said. "I have rarely seen such nobility in the most lofty of kings. You may go if you wish."
"Thank you, sir," Jarek said with relief. Cern shook his head.
"I seem to remember another time when you came to the aid of someone in dire need, despite your commander's wishes. I cannot be grateful for what you did while at the same time forbidding you to do so again. Take the 2nd Division with you. They are mostly Yolish, and I was planning to send them after the Shodel anyway. If those demons happen to be real, then you are going to need more than a crew of bridgemen, no matter how courageous, to defeat them."
"Yes, my lord," Jarek said gratefully.
"Just hurry," Cern urged, "and come to me in the Tsend capital of Sipan as soon as you are finished."
Jarek rushed down the steps of Cern's office, waving for Vesson and Denti to approach. "Vesson, you gather Bridge 4 and tell them to prepare for immediate departure. Denti, do the same for the 2nd Division. We're leaving for northern Yolen in 2 hours." Both men saluted, dashing off in separate directions to fulfill his orders. Jarek hurried to his own quarters to prepare. The warriors, used to the unpredictable nature of Dragonsteel runs, could easily be ready in such a short time. The supplies would be more difficult to arrange, but since the Eternal War was a joint effort between all of the nations of Yolen, he could probably demand food from the various cities he passed, especially if he brought with him the letter bearing the Fallen Emperor's seal.
"Young master?"
Frost asked with confusion as Jarek rushed in and began to throw clothing into a trunk. "We're leaving, Frost," Jarek explained. "A group of Shodel attacked and destroyed the Whore Watchers. They're moving north into Oldbin, and we have to stop them."
"What?"
Frost said with a shocked tone.
"That is impossible."
"Then the Fallen government and the Whore Watchers are gravely mistaken," Jarek said, continuing his packing. He snapped the clasps closed on the trunk, standing. "You can stay if you wish." Frost shook his head.
"I shall begin packing."
Then he paused, smiling.
"It appears that our trip to the north has begun unexpectedly early."
"I suppose so," Jarek said with a smirk. "I have to go see about supplies. I'll be back soon." With that, he rushed back out of the building. He stopped, however, on the steps. Cern was waiting outside, standing beside a massive black horse that Jarek had never seen.
"This was to be my farewell present to you, Jarek," Cern said, laying his hand on the horse's neck. "His name is Shakan. He is a Tsend warhorse, bred to be intelligent and powerful. Your Yolish horses are too weak to bear an armored man on their back, but Shakan will do so and still run faster than any chariot."
"He's amazing," Jarek said with awe. "But I don't need such an animal."
"You do now,"
Cern said, nodding for a pair of soldiers to set down a large wooden box. Inside, Jarek could see a suit of bright silver armor packed in straw. On the right side of the breastplate was etched a familiar Tsendish symbol, the character that represented Cern's own name.
"You cannot fake nobility and be a commander in the Imperial Army, Jarek," Cern said. "You will need to be affiliated with one of the noble families. House Kai bears an honorable heritage, and we would be proud to have you bear our name."
"My lord, Jarek said, trailing off.
"The armor will take some getting used to," Cern confessed. "I am still not comfortable wearing it. However, it is undeniably impressive. Ride into any town wearing this, and no Khal Lord will be able to deny your rite of passage."
"Sir," Jarek protested, "I can't take your armor."
"You can and will," Cern corrected. "We are nearly the same height and build, so it should fit. I will have adjustments made when you arrive in Sendor. In the meantime, I will send Gaven with you," Cern said, pointing to the Tsen soldier who was his primary attendant. "He knows how to put the armor on and will instruct you how to move in it, as well as teach you the knee commands for riding a warhorse."
"My lord," Jarek said, falling to one knee, "this is far more than I deserve."
"I will decide that, Jarek," Cern said. "I am, after all, the commander of the Imperial Tsend army. I want my men to be properly equipped, especially those who are from my house. Now stand up and get moving. If you are going to leave in less than 2 hours, then you will need to arrange supplies."
Jarek stood, clasping Kai Cern's arm. Then he rushed off to make the necessary arrangements.
Chapter 49. Emple cuso de lumi, carme cuso rolans, kublane, Torel corrected. Kublane, Riala continued, reading from the text. Master Torel insisted that the way to learn Trexandian was to memorize verb conjugations. After 2 months of drilling, Riala was beginning to regret her interest in the subject. She finished the list, and Torel nodded to himself. The scholar sat atop his dais, Riala studying at his feet, in the proper position of respect. His reed sat off to the side of the dais, though he had never once used it on Riala. The scholar's room was small for a noble, not even as big as Jarek's had been, but about this one item she had never heard him complain. He knew the king had been merciful in giving him the rooms. A man whose Ka rejected him was little better than a peasant in the eyes of many.
"You progress nicely,"
Torel told her, sitting with his back as stiff as his Antoli.
"Not as quickly as I did, of course, but I had the benefit of learning Trexandian while actually in the city itself. Had I not learned quickly, I would never have been able to survive. I believe it is time to move on to the next set of verbs."
Riala sighed. How many sets were there? Still, despite her growing resentment of the Trexandians' incredible vocabulary base, she was grateful for the distraction. She was almost ready to give up on her quest to find the prince. In her year of searching for the boy, had it really been that long? She had done little more than discover what Scathe liked for breakfast. She had thought long about the words she had heard the Whore-Watcher mumble that once when he was in the trance. One of the books, actually, it had been Mander's On Fane Life and the Shodel, postulated that some Shodel could communicate directly from mind to mind. Mander claimed the Whore-Watchers could imitate this technique by using Tamu Kex, which accounted for many of their more amazing feats of divination and prediction, such as seeing through walls or predicting bad weather. There was a time when Riala might have ignored such an explanation, not because of disbelief, but because, like most, she would have been afraid to postulate on anything involving Shodel magic. However, now she was willing to consider the possibility. Scathe had definitely been talking to someone, and Riala suspected it had been the Whore Watchers who were holding the prince. The only conclusion she had been able to come to was that the prince was somewhere in the city. Not only did Scathe's conversation seem to imply that, but it made sense. The ransom would be paid in less than a week. Johann had to be somewhere close. That is, assuming the Whore Watchers actually intended to give him back.
"Student Riala," Torel said disapprovingly, "your mind is wandering again."
Riala blushed, looking back up at the scholar. "I'm sorry, Master," she replied. Torel sighed.
"They often say that a poetic spirit and an imaginative mind go together, Student Riala, but that is no excuse not to pay attention during your lessons."
"Yes, Master," Riala agreed. However, as the lesson progressed, her mind refused to leave the topic of the Whore Watchers alone. As if making one final desperate attempt at putting fractured pieces together, it searched through all she had learned, trying to find some connection that would lead her to the prince. Where would the Whore Watchers keep the boy? Scathe had made no contact with other Whore Watchers, at least not physically. It made sense that they would stay hidden. The arrival of a contingent of Whore Watchers just before the prince's return might look suspicious. She had hoped that Scathe would be foolish enough to meet with them, but in this case he had proven wiser than she assumed. "Master," she finally asked, unable to come to any conclusions on her own, "I would like to ask a question." Torel looked up from the parchment he had been using to record a new list of verb conjugations. Finally, he sighed, setting the pen down.
"You are never going to learn this language if you don't pay attention," he noted.
"I'm sorry," she mumbled.
"Ask your question," he said,
waving a hand. "What do you know of the Whore Watchers?"
"As little as possible,"
Master said.
"They are a despicable crowd, relying on tricks and mysticism. Though they claim to be teachers, their main goal is to keep the people ignorant."
"They come from Lalum, right?" Riala asked. From her seat, she could just barely see out the room's tall window. The city spread out from the palace. The prince could be anywhere out there.
"Correct,"
Master said.
"At least, that is where they make their home. Lalum itself is a sparsely populated kingdom, with more sheep in it than people. From what I understand, most of the Whore Watchers are actually from Falamore."
"From Falamore," Riala repeated in her mind. Something about that statement struck her. It had to do with the Whore Watchers, their style of dress, their mysticism, their entire attitude. Then, with a start, she realized what it was. "That means they have probably heard the ballads," she mumbled to herself.
"That, Student Riala, is an understatement," Torel said. "Those cursed things are sung repeatedly at nearly every Falin gathering. One can't think for all the foppish storytelling that goes on in Falamore."
"That's where they get it," Riala said, blinking in surprise. Torel watched her uncomfortably for a moment.
"Where they get what?"
he demanded. "Their look," Riala explained. "Those collars, their overdone robes, those are things directly out of the Falin ballads. The Whore Watchers act the way they do because they're trying to fit a part. They want to be like the magical sorcerers described in the ballads." Torel snorted.
"It certainly would explain their melodrama," he agreed. "I've always thought those collars looked ridiculous."
Riala smiled to herself. It made sense. At least, to her it did. She was so familiar with the ballads she didn't know why she hadn't seen it before. Many of them were strikingly similar, as if there were a written set of rules that had to be followed. The Whore-Watchers were trying very hard to emulate the powerful wizards often included in the ballads. But how did that help the prince? Except, if the Whore-Watchers dressed like the sorcerers in the ballads, they would try to follow the sorcerer's actions as well. If this were a ballad, if the sorcerers had been the one to capture the prince, where would they hide him? Somewhere mystical. Master, which of the lords do the Whore-Watchers claim as patron? However, even as she asked the question, her eyes fell on the dark green temple to slowness. It rose above the buildings around it, its blackish marble walls a refuge for seclusion and secrecy.
I don't think they have a formal patron, Torel said, though from what I understand they are somewhat partial to
slowness, Riala finished. Torel frowned.
Yes.
Yoharn sat at the far side of the room. Riala stood for a full minute, staring at him with dumbfounded eyes. She couldn't believe how easy it had been. The temple to slowness was filled with chambers and passages, but most of these had been occupied by priests or worshippers of some sort. She had easily found the way to the underground chambers. The entrance was hidden behind a large naked statue of the goddess near the back of the temple. She stood in the short underground hallway. It was lined with doors, each of which had a small opening at the top that one could look through. The third one had, to her amazement, revealed a gagged, bound, and blindfolded Yoharn. He was not alone, however. There were 3 men with him, all dressed in simple robes. Their attitudes, however, as well as the tamu keks on the table, revealed them as Whore-Watchers. The men sat speaking softly together, their hushed voices nervous. Riala looked over Yoharn's form with pity and sorrow. The prince had not fared well over the last 2 years. Never very large in the first place, he had grown scrawny and pale during the time of his captivity. He sat with his head hung low, his chin resting against his chest. If not for the occasional twitch, Riala would have thought him dead. If she could distract the Whore-Watchers somehow, perhaps she would be able to sneak in and free him. She needed something that would surprise them, and perhaps... Riala paused her thinking for a moment, looking down at the 3 Whore-Watchers. One of them had turned his head slightly, a frown on his face. In his hand was clutched the distinctive shape of a tamu kek. He rose slowly from his stool, his eyes eventually focusing on the door, on Riala. Her breath caught in her throat, and her arms went stiff with fear. The Whore-Watcher was looking right at her. His eyes didn't quite focus on her, but somehow he knew she was there. He took a hesitant step forward, waving for the other 2 to join him. Shock gave way to alarm, and Riala jumped down from the stool she had been using to peek through the door's small window. She broke into a dash and didn't stop until she had left the temple's green hallways behind. They can see me, she thought, with alarmed surprise. Or they can sense me at least. No illusionary distraction would work on these men. Such would only make them more suspicious. She needed another way. But how? The king might believe her, but then again he might not. Scathe was one of his trusted advisers. The king would not be quick to accept a denunciation of the Whore-Watchers, especially from a slave. Besides, in recent weeks, Scathe had started spending a great deal of time around the king, perhaps to keep watch for traps. It would be difficult for her to speak with King Rhodus without warning scathe. Suddenly, Riala realized where she needed to go. Someone who would help her, and who would have no trouble dealing with a couple of whore-watchers. Sir Hasor did not admit her immediately. He was busy speaking with Dorum about the upcoming exchange, and how to best protect the king. Riala was forced to wait outside his chambers, debating whether or not to use her powers to slip by the watchful guards outside. 2 hours, and a great deal of anxiety later, Dorum finally left the room. The old Aldbish warrior nodded to her in greeting, then marched off, his guards in tow. Hasor barely looked up from his table when she entered. He was studying a map, filled with lines and circles. Troop arrangements, she assumed.
Yes?
He asked simply, after she had curtsied with appropriate humility. He was said to be a nobleman of some high ranking back in Sendor. "My lord," she began, uncertain what to say. Finally, she decided to just say it. "My lord, I know where the prince is." Hasor raised an eyebrow, but did not look up from his maps.
"What is it? Did you see a stranger visit your neighbors? An owl landed on someone's rooftop? Tell Dorum, and he will have some of his men check on it."
"No," Riala said. "I actually saw him, my lord. It's the whore-watchers. They—" Hasor looked up suddenly, fixing his powerful yellowish eyes on her.
"What?"
he asked. "The whore-watchers have him, my lord," Riala repeated. Hasor rose, placing his firm hands down on top of the table. Standing at least 6.5 feet tall, he was like a Kichan, only a little thinner and much more handsome.
"Show me," he ordered.
Hasor pushed aside the complaining priest, then continued striding down the temple hallway. Before they left, he had strapped on a piece of his armor, the shiny steel breastplate, and a large sword. Few people got in his way as he walked through the temple's dark passages. Riala pointed out the way to the basement, and Hasor led the way, taking the steps quickly. "The third door?" Riala informed him anxiously. What if the whore-watchers had been frightened off by her presence earlier? What if they were no longer there? Would Hasor call her a liar? Her fears vanished as Hasor pulled open the door with a determined hand. Riala peeked around the Tsen's massive body, catching a glimpse of the 3 whore-watchers rising with alarmed faces.
"You!"
one of the whore-watchers said with horror. He reached for his tamu kek. Hasor's blade slammed into the tabletop, sinking an inch into the wood and causing the table's contents to bounce into the air. Bowls, tamu keks, and flagons fell back to the table, some rolling off the sides and falling to the floor with a series of cracks. The whore-watcher withdrew his hand reflexively, backing away from the table. Hasor pulled his blade free, advancing on the 3 men with a slow step.
"It is not wise to betray Tsendor, my friends," Hasor said quietly. We,
the lead whore-watcher babbled, searching for words.
"We always intended to give him to you. We just wanted to see if we could get some money from the king first." "That was not the deal, my friends," Hasor said, shaking his head. "Your greed has ruined years' worth of planning. You can have him," the whore-watcher yelped, falling to his knees.
Hasor's sword took the whore-watcher in the neck, neatly separating his head from his body.
"We don't need the prince anymore,"
Hasor said, as the whore-watcher's body flopped to the ground.
"We have made other arrangements."
Riala watched with stupefaction, feeling her body grow numb with fright. Blood sprayed across the green stone floor, running thick and dark. What Sir Hasor was saying meant... With a yelp of shock, Riala bent light, delivering herself into the soft haven of invisibility. Hasor's hand reached out and snatched her, invisible or not. He held her in a powerful grip, setting his sword aside as he regarded the other two Whore-Watchers. The men looked down at their dead companion with fright, knowing they were cornered in the back of the room.
"Surely there is some agreement we can come to," one of them said. "I am afraid not," Hasor replied flatly. "I am not a cruel man, but Elantris the White, god of all, has spoken to me about you. Betrayal is a sin he cannot forgive, for memories of his brother's traitorous acts are still fresh in his eternal mind. Your death will be quick, though his judgment will last an eternity."
"But," the other Whore-Watcher began, then stopped suddenly, grabbing his chest. Riala felt it, a surge of power like a pulse of warmth from Hasor. Both Whore-Watchers toppled to the ground, groaning and kicking, then fell silent. Then Hasor turned to regard Riala, who was struggling ineffectually in his grip. The man's eyes focused directly on her, even though she should have been invisible.
"So you're the one who has been running around the palace unseen," Hasor mused. "You might as well stop wasting your strength. Invisibility will not let you slip away."
Riala stopped her struggling, instead letting herself hang weakly in his grip. Reluctantly, she allowed her invisibility to drop.
"Lord Elil will be very interested in you," Hasor said.
"What did you do to them?" Riala asked weakly. Hasor turned his eyes back on the dead bodies.
"A man's body will not continue to function if you separate his heart from the veins surrounding it," he explained.
Riala said, the horror of what she had just seen dulling her mind. Hasor behind the kidnapping? 3 Whore-Watchers murdered? "What will you do with the prince?" she asked.
"It will be best if he remains kidnapped for a few more weeks," Hasor decided. "But that is of no concern to you. I thank you for leading me to him. These vermin deserved to receive Lord Elil's judgment."
A noise came from behind, and Hasor turned. Riala craned her neck to see a group of priests gathering back in the hallway, staring into the cell with horror. Hasor reached to his belt and pulled out a pouch that clinked with the sound of coins.
"It appears that those who rented this room will no longer need it," he informed them, tossing the bag to one of the priests. "I shall require it, and another just like it."
Interlude 3. Yolen strode past the sentries of the council hall, ignoring their hostile stances. Their manes rose slightly as she entered, showing their disapproval. The elders were in council. It was a breach of courtesy for Yolen to interrupt them. The sentries did not move to stop her, however. Yolen might not be a full adult, but she was still a Kame Kenden too, and therefore allowed access to the council chambers. The sentries weren't the only disapproving eyes and bristling manes Yolen had to ignore as she made her way through the building. She let none of them sway her, however, as she walked directly toward the inner chamber, her steel-heeled boots clumping against the hard white Shea-Ka-Vo wood floor. The elders looked up as she walked through the final doorway, her still gauntleted palms cracking as they pushed the doors aside. "What is this?" she demanded simply, folding her arms as she stopped in front of the group of elders. "Why have you ordered me away from the Ana Kume Venkor?" The foremost of the elders, Fa-Len Komar, an aged Shodel whose face was creased with lines and whose mane hung limp, rose when he saw her. The other 12 Shodel followed.
We recalled everyone, Yolen,
the old Shodel said.
not just yourself. The war is lost for now. We need to rethink our strategy.
You're giving up? Yolen asked flatly.
We have little choice. The Donikar saw through our illusions. It was bound to happen eventually. In fact, I am surprised the ruse lasted as long as it did.
Yolen felt her mane bristling in dissatisfaction. You say that with far too much complacency, father, Yolen spat. Fa Len raised an eyebrow.
What would you have us do, daughter? Throw away endless lives without any hope of winning? What good would it do us to win a few drops of Anakume when we lose a bucket worth in the process?
And so we just wither away? Yolen returned bitterly. We let the cursed Donikar glut themselves on that which we need?
For now,
was the simple reply. Where is the general? She demanded. The lord of the war had disappeared following the final battle. The Shodel elders regarded one another. She could read their looks and limp manes. They didn't know.
There is nothing we can do but pull back,
her father said. Yolen's mane grew even more stiff at the pronouncement. Her father, however, seated himself, nodding for the other elders to do likewise. Assuming she was dismissed, Yolen turned angrily to leave. Fa Len Komar, however, was not finished.
It is fortuitous that you would arrive at this moment, daughter, the older Shodel said. The council had been discussing you.
Yolen froze, her mane falling limp with apprehension. Slowly she turned. The entire council's eyes were on her. She felt like backing away in fright. How easily they could turn a conversation on her just by hinting at this one subject. Sensing her feelings, her father was a powerful Kame Kenden too as well, Fa Len continued.
Yes, I know it brings you grief, my youngest child, but it must be discussed. The time is quickly approaching when you will be too old to be made an adult. You should take the Anakume now, while there is still some to be found. You are a powerful Kame Kenden too, and a fine warrior. You would easily pass the judgment.
And then spend the next 20 years of my life bedridden with childbearing, Yolen returned.
It is your duty.
Let another have it, Yolen said, feeling her earlier resolve return. There are plenty vying for the opportunity.
You would live your life as a Shala Menves, an eternal child, never knowing parenthood?
Yolen felt herself grow cold.
Shala Menves.
The mere mention of the word made her skin crawl and her mane feel like curling up upon itself. No Shodel wished such a thing, but more and more were forced to accept it as Anakume became increasingly rare.
At least offer prayers and seek answers,
her father suggested. The Drasho Ufel no longer answer, father, Yolen returned. They have abandoned us. Fa Len's aged mane bristled at the comment.
Speak not so, daughter, he warned sharply. They may not answer, but they still listen. If you do not wish their help, then pray to our fathers instead. Either way, I suggest you make your decision quickly. Your days, our days, of fighting are at an end. We need to discover a new way.
Yolen stared her father in the eyes for a moment, then spun and stalked from the room. You may have given up, father, she thought to herself, but I will never stop fighting. even if I have to slaughter every last Doni car with my own hands. The end of Part 3. Part 4.
Chapter 50. Jarek turned the dark black rock between his fingers. Flakes of char broke free, floating to the scorched ground below. The rock itself looked like some he had seen before in Falamore, melted and twisted like it had at one point been liquid. Jarek had read of the volcanic islands that could be found in the Sea of Trixandos, but he had never heard of such a thing happening on Yolen itself. He dropped the rock, wiping his blackened fingers on the side of his tan Psi uniform. The ground was littered with the stones. His men had found shards of it 100 yards away. Jarek stood at the center of the blast, upon a hill that had once held the Horwatcher Acrobila. Now all that remained of the structure were bodies and a few twisted lines of rock that might once have been walls. It looked like a vision from a nightmare. Jarek immediately cast the thought from his mind. Recently his dreams had been turning dark again, despite the protection of the Gavel Dar. He couldn't let himself think of them. What could have done this? Jarek turned, looking at Frost. The scholar simply shook his head.
Only a few things in the world could have achieved such destruction, young master.
Such as? Frost shrugged.
Deity, he replied. Or perhaps a very powerful microkinetic.
Jarek ground his teeth for a moment. He didn't like either option.
Lord Jarek,
a voice called.
over here!
Jarek followed the voice, stepping over melted rocks. Even though the fires must have stopped burning days ago, the scent of smoke was still strong in the air. On the other side of the wreckage, he found Kep. The boy was standing over a half-burned, decomposing corpse. Jarek stooped down, studying the form. It was not human. "Good job, Kep," Jarek said. Then he looked up at Frost with a raised eyebrow. "Well, at least some of them are more than illusions. Of course, the chariot tracks insinuated that much." Frost nodded, a frown on his face. The wind blew at his thin, wispy beard as he studied the body. There was confusion in his eyes. "What?" Jarek asked, rising.
Nothing, young master.
"I know better than that, Frost," Jarek returned, nodding for Kep to continue searching for survivors, just in case.
This isn't like the Shodel, Frost explained. They wouldn't have just massacred the Horwatchers for no reason.
They didn't seem to have any reservations about sending assassins after King Rhodus, Jarek noted.
That is different, young master, Frost explained. That only required a single person, not an army. The Shodel can't afford to commit this many troops. There's too much of a chance they'll be surrounded and too little promise of a reward. Besides, they don't have the power to destroy a building like this. Shodel magic is cognitive and can have little direct effect on the physical realm.
"If I were a more curious man," Jarek said, passing Frost and walking back toward the bulk of his army, which waited below with the horses and chariots, "I would ask how you know so much about the Shodel." Frost did not respond. Below, Jarek nodded for his sub-commanders to prepare for departure. There was still light left in the day, and the ruins could tell them no more. As they prepared, one of the scouts, a tiny man, who had been a cattleman and was capable of riding a horse bareback, galloped up. He slid off his mount and approached Jarek with a salute.
"A chariot is approaching, sir," the man explained. "It bears your standard."
Jarek smiled. Bridge 4 had revealed a present to him the day they left Cern's camp, his own standard. It was, of course, a tree, similar to the one his father had carved on his caste mark. "Denti," he said with a nod. A few moments later, the lanky Fallen man's chariot thundered into their midst. He climbed down, saluting as he gestured to the overweight man he had brought with him.
"I found him in the town, sir," Denti explained. "He claims to know the cause of the Acrobila's destruction."
Jarek nodded, looking up at the man. He wore nondescript gray robes cut after the fashion of the priest class, but he appeared to have no caste mark. His jowled face was utterly calm, and he stared back at Jarek with serene eyes. "Step down," Jarek ordered. The man complied, climbing out of the chariot. "You know something of this?" Jarek said, nodding to the remains on the hill a short distance away.
"I am the seer of Sivan,"
the man explained, as if he hadn't heard Jarek's question.
"He came to me and nearly took away my life, but then returned it. He asked only that I serve him."
Jarek frowned. Sivan the healer? One of the 9 lords?
"We knew him not for what he was," the man continued, "for we were selfish and sightless. He brought his wrath down upon the others for their wickedness, but me he reserved for a special purpose."
"You claim the healer did this?" Jarek asked incredulously. "Sivan is Lord of Healing and the Arts."
"Sometimes in order to heal, one must first cleanse a wound," the large man responded. "Sivan sent demons to wipe away our wickedness."
"How many were there?" Jarek asked.
"All that were necessary."
Jarek nodded to Denty, and they stepped a short distance away. Vessen and Tellor, captain of the warriors Jarek had brought, joined them. "Not much help, is he?" Tellor grunted. He was a simple, no-nonsense career soldier with an eye for tactics and a firm sense of discipline. "I apologize, my lord," Denty said. "He was the only thing I could find. I don't know if it's his doing or not, but the entire village is buzzing with rumors of Sivan's involvement. They claim the healer rescued a village girl just before she was to be sacrificed." "Sacrificed?" Jarek asked.
"Probably an exaggeration, young master," Frost clarified. "The Whore Watchers engage in some revolting practices, but I have never heard valid proof linking them to murder. They often appropriate young women for certain purposes, but they always return them alive."
"Lord Jarek?" a voice, Cap's, asked from a short distance away. Jarek nodded for the boy to join the conference. "What is it, Cap?" "I know that man, my lord," Cap explained. "He's a Whore Watcher." "How do you know?" "My home village is only a half-day's ride from here," the boy explained. "He came once and demanded that we give him 3 unmarried women, and our lord made us comply." "The Shodel have probably done the continent a favor this time," Tellor grumbled. "Too bad they missed one." "He's different now, sir," Cap explained, looking back at the priest-like Whore Watcher. "He was always angry before, and very loud. He's changed." "Well, whatever happened to him, it took his wits as well," Vessen declared. "I've heard more coherent ramblings from a drunk Jarg." "Agreed," Tellor said. Behind them, the former Whore Watcher had begun to speak, as if preaching to the men around him.
"Beware," he warned. "The lords have grown weary of our wicked ways. They have sent the healer to cleanse this continent. He will not stop until all have been purified. Time is growing short."
Jarek turned back to his officers. "Put him back where you found him, Denty," he ordered. "Then catch up with us. The madman is right about one thing. We don't have much time. The Shodel have as much as a week's lead on us." They pushed the horses hard, riding up through the Lallan highlands after the Shodel. Jarek had appropriated every chariot in Cern's camp, as well as a few from other camps to outfit his warriors. The group was 700 strong, and rode 2 men per chariot. The Emperor of Falamur had given them 300 of his finest horses to use as alternates, allowing them to move faster than they would have otherwise been able. Even with the alternates, the rigorous pace was hard on the animals. Barely a day went by that they didn't lose at least one. Jarek knew from his studies that such was to be expected. Cherutar reportedly sacrificed 2,000 mounts during the first year of his assault on Rhodeus. Still, Jarek couldn't help seeing the dead horses with an eye of chagrin. Each one meant a loss of both life and time. As they rode into the highlands, Jarek still couldn't force himself to call the stunted hills mountains. The weather grew increasingly cold. To the rest of the world, winter had only just passed, and Jarek welcomed the cool temperatures like an old friend. While his men shivered and complained, he only smiled. He had forgotten how wonderful it was not to be covered with damp sweat. The welcome return to the north was unfortunately spoiled in his mind by several factors. He worried about the Shodel, of course, but he also worried about his increasing lack of control over his dreams. The nightmares came almost every night now, and no amount of meditation seemed to help. Every single one of them had to do with his parents, especially his father, in some way. Jarek tried to ignore the nightmares, pushing forward with his quest. Unfortunately, no matter how fast his men moved, the enemy always managed to remain ahead. The Shodel wisely steered away from any large cities, coming out of Lalum and passing into Aldbin. Hopefully, here the chase would find its end. Emperor Flend of Falamor claimed to have sent a message to the new king of Aldbin warning him of the Shodel. Most of Aldbin was still under a form of martial law, and the throne maintained a large standing army. If the king had moved quickly enough, he should have been able to block the Shodel at his border. With luck, they would be able to crush their enemies between two armies.
"This doesn't look good, sir,"
Denty noted. Jarek frowned, sitting atop Shakhan as he looked down at the plain before them. He wore the breastplate emblazoned with CERN's symbol, but not the rest of the armor. He still wasn't proficient enough at wearing the suit to comfortably ride while encased in it. This plain, where the land finally dropped from hills and barrows to flat scrub, marked the border of Aldbin. Apparently, the Aldbish king had indeed moved quickly enough, for spread out before them was a long line of troops.
5,000,
Telor mumbled, scanning the line.
Maybe as many as 7, with reserves. Most of them foot soldiers with a couple hundred archers. About a dozen chariots.
"Maybe they already caught the Shodel," Kep suggested.
"Maybe,"
Jarek said without conviction. It didn't look like the scene of a battle. Even if the bodies had been removed, the ground should have been torn in wide random sweeps by the Shodel charioteers. He could see where the Shodel vehicles had passed, but the tracks did not speak of a battle. The chariots had crossed the plain, riding in a wide, straight line, passing through the very spot the Aldbish warriors now held. Jarek's scouts told him they were now only a day behind the Shodel, and the fresh tracks confirmed the projection. "Bridge 4 is with me," Jarek decided. "Telor, keep the men ready. I'm going down to find out what's going on." Bridge 4's 10 chariots fanned out around him as he galloped down the shallow slope toward the army. Soon, a standard-bearing chariot detached itself from the Aldbish army and rode toward them. It pulled up about 100 yards in front of their main force and waited as Jarek approached. "That's far enough," the herald called as Jarek was within shouting distance. Jarek reined in, and Bridge 4 moved protectively in front of him. "We come in peace," Jarek called back. "Emperor Flend sent word of our approach." "We know who you are," the man shouted back. "His Majesty, King Warnt of Aldbin, is not eager to allow Imperial troops within his border. He knows all too well the greedy hands of Falamor." "Apparently His Majesty doesn't feel the same way about demon armies," Jarek called back. "Who the Aldbish grant passage to is none of your concern," the herald announced. There was anger in his voice. "Know only that you are forbidden. Come any closer, and we will consider it an attack. Good day." Jarek cursed as the herald wheeled his chariot around and headed back toward his line. "How could they have let the Shodel through?" Vesson asked incredulously. "The Aldbish will do anything for the right price," Jarek said, turning his mount to gallop back up to his men. Telor waited with a frown. He obviously knew from Jarek's expression what had happened. Jarek turned, eyeing the army. "Those aren't good odds, sir," Telor said, "even if we do have chariots. Look how they've graded the ground underneath their army to make it difficult to drive over." "We can't afford the losses we'd take even if we could win," Jarek decided. "We'll go around. Northern Falamor reaches all the way up the coast. We'll find the trail again in Melorand."
"Are you sure that's where they're going?" Telor asked pointedly. "Aldbin could be a ruse altogether. They could be planning to turn around and head south again as soon as we're gone."
Jarek shook his head. "Perhaps, but I don't think so. The kingdoms of the south are alert now. and every one of them but Trexandos has a decent army. Melorand, however, hasn't had to fight a war in centuries."
"Why attack Melorand, though?"
"Why attack the Whore-Watchers?" Jarek returned. "But in this case, they have a much better reason. Wood." Telor nodded. Melorand lumber was the basis for the human efforts in the Eternal War. Without it, there would be no bridges to cross the chasms. If the Shodel could cause enough havoc in Melorand, they could stop the flow of lumber long enough to regain their footing on the shattered plains. It was a brilliant, if desperate, move. "Let's go," Jarek said, leading his men to the east. Whatever gains they had made during the last few weeks of riding would be lost in the detour. One benefit of the detour was that it allowed them to make use of the Fallen Imperial Highway system. Northern Falamore had once been a collection of unassociated tribes and small kingdoms. In the early days of the Empire, several centuries before, the Fallen Emperors had moved north, conquering all the way up to the Melorand border. Ostensibly, the move had been to defend against barbarian threats from the north, but many theorists claimed it had been intended to limit access to the Shattered Plains and therefore its Dragonsteel. If Aldbin, Jarg, or Lallam wanted access to the Eastern Ocean, they had to come through Falamore first. Since that time, however, Falamore had been content to commit its troops to the Eternal War, leaving its days of conquering behind. Few in northern Falamore even remembered that they had once been independent, and they tilled the ground with calmness, providing much of the food that supplied the Eternal War. Jarek spent the next several weeks riding with apprehension. Despite his words, he worried that the Shodel would turn unexpectedly. When they were about 3 weeks away from Lacton, Jarek decided to order his men to cross the border into Aldbin. The Aldbish army had been on foot. It was a subtle irony that the nation with the most horses was also too poor to afford chariots for its troops. Jarek gambled that the Aldbish king had placed the majority of his men in the south, and that he wouldn't be able to do anything about the violation of his borders. They easily found the Shodel Trail about a 3-day ride into Aldbin. The discovery relieved a great deal of tension in Jarek's heart, and they immediately turned north again. They had lost about a week on the Shodel, but there was a chance that they could make it up again. Hopefully, King Rhodus had gotten Emperor Flen's message warning him of the Shodel. Even Melorand's relatively small army could probably hold out against 500 soldiers, especially with enough forewarning to make preparations. The chariots continued northward with renewed purpose. The problem came exactly 3 days after they found the trail again. "I'd say about 10 chariots went that way, Lord Jarek," the scout said, kneeling on the ground. In the waning light, Jarek could just barely see where the chariot tracks split, the vast bulk of them turning to the northeast toward Lacton. A much smaller group of them, however, had turned northwest for some reason.
10 chariots aren't worth worrying about, sir," Telor said. "The capital is our main concern."
Jarek barely heard him, his eyes locked, staring to the west. He seemed pulled in that direction, his mind rejecting the warrior's advice despite its logic. He quite nearly kicked his horse into motion, following the smaller trail at a gallop. He pulled himself back, however, shaking his head. What was he doing? "We camp here tonight," he decided. Telor nodded, calling back to his sub-captains. A series of clankings and hoofbeats ensued, the sounds of the men making preparations for camp. They hadn't brought tents. They had to conserve weight, but they did need to make certain their camp was arranged defensively just in case. Throughout the preparations, Jarek found his eyes constantly drawn westward. He knew one thing at least that could be found in that direction. "Fool," he told himself. "The Shodel have no reason to go after your home village. A bunch of lumbermen mean nothing to them." The fear remained, however, as he ate his simple dinner and threw out his bedroll. He didn't even notice that he had arranged it in such a way that his eyes would be looking northwest when he climbed in. Sleep came slowly that night, and when it did, the nightmares were fast on his heels. His dream was vivid and crisp, even more so than reality. He stood on an open plain, the odd sound of thunder cracking around him. It was cold, and there was frost on the ground. King Rhodus stood a short distance away wearing his bright red and gold formal robes. Rin was there too. Jarek's heart surged as he saw his father, powerful and humble as Jarek remembered him. Rin was walking with the king, helping Rhodus walk, as if the large man were wounded. Rin was wounded too. Jarek could see blood on the side of his face. He vaguely remembered these events. Rin would fight and save the king. Slowly, Jarek turned, his eyes pulled to the side against his will. There he saw the Shodel. It was dashing across the plain, its thick white hair streaming out an arm-length behind it. In its hand was a wicked length of steel. Jarek screamed as Rin threw himself in between the assassin and Rhodus. Shodel and man fought, one with skill, the other with determination. For a moment it looked as if Rin might win. But then something happened, more quickly than Jarek could follow. The lumberman yelled in pain, a gash in his chest so large that it was instantly fatal. Rin fell backward, his face pale, his life spraying red from his chest, his eyes dull. Jarek awoke with a cry, throwing off his bedroll. The vision was crisp in his mind. If he didn't go now, if he didn't ride to stop the Shodel, they would kill his father. Somehow he knew, more powerfully than he had ever known anything in his life, that a Shodel would kill his father. He had to stop it. Had to. Frost awoke with a start at the scream. At first he assumed they were being attacked, an opinion shared by not a few of the soldiers. Many of them were already standing, weapons held uncertainly in their hands. There were no Shodel, however, only Jarek. The boy was saddling his massive warhorse, his face illuminated only by moonlight. Denty was standing at Jarek's side. "My lord?" the tall man asked with alarm. "I'm going after the Shodel who split off," Jarek snapped. Frost frowned, throwing off his bedroll. Something was wrong with Jarek's voice. It sounded shaky and uncontrolled. As Frost approached, he caught sight of Jarek's eyes in the moonlight. They were wide, like a man facing some awesome terror. Frost felt a sudden wave of cold. He had seen the same look in the eyes of madmen.
"My lord, but who will lead?"
"Tellar is more than competent," Jarek said. "He is in charge now. I have to do this. I must follow them."
"We will go with you,"
Denty said. "No," Jarek snapped. "Bridge 4 will stay with the army. I am Tsai. I can defeat 10 Shodel by myself." "But those are my orders, Denty," Jarek said tersely, throwing himself into the saddle. "Follow them." Denty stood with an open mouth as Jarek kicked his horse into a gallop, heading after the tracks. No chariot, however light, would ever be able to keep up with him. Frost watched the boy go, dread in his heart.
"He's going after his parents," he thought with dismay. "By the Father, we should have realized this would happen."